fixed. There we go. All right. Now we should be good. Whoopsie. That's kind of annoying. That happened. Put on my ambient music. Oh, did that ever? I guess it didn't. Nice. Okay. Let me just double check everything's good, that we're live. Okay. Cool. All right. So over here, chat. Cool. Oh. What's up, Nitro? How's it going? Roman, yeah, Roman, you chat. What's up? What's up, Hippocratic Oath? Mr. Oath? How's it going, dog? Women don't start paying you attention. Don't shower and wear the same clothes for a week. That's true. He brought one fit with him. He brought one fit with him. That's pretty funny. Yeah, my heart goes out to you too. Nah, but we're hide your power level. Hide your power level. We got it. We gotta. Jokes. Jokes, you know, orders from the top, orders coming in from the top. Hide your power level, Don't want to end up like those young Republicans that got their lives ruined by Gavin Wax. Right, where's my bottle opener? Here it is. Yeah, my face is on. Yeah, I know, right? I know, right? I don't know. Tucker's so scared of Nick. Yeah, it seems like Tucker's really forced to like he has to interview Nick now, because his credibility is damaged. He took a swing. He took a swing at the king and he missed. Now he's like, well, fuck, I kind of need... Everyone's calling Tucker a Fed because he is. Now he has no choice but to address the elephant in the room and have Nick on. So it seems like that might happen in the near future. Is it Tucker or Rogan that AJ arranged? I believe it's Tucker. Yeah, my face is online. Yeah, well, if the stream continues to grow and depending on what happens offline with other stuff, IRL stuff, I don't know, maybe I'll go no face, on the streams, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. We'll see what the world looks like, but yeah, so we might get that elusive Nick Fuentes Tucker collab, and I get the feeling it will be I get the feeling it will be somewhat contentious. You gained 2 subs this week? What am I up to now? Probably not healthy to check all the time. It's a slow process. Uh, Tucker got into a fight with Demon 18 months ago. He didn't say he won, so maybe that's why he forgot his dad was in the CIA. Demon has to read up on the lore. True. Remember when he sleeps with his dogs and he had like scratch marks on his back or whatever? He's like, I think a demon got me. It's like, or maybe it's the dogs. I don't know, man. What do I know? What do I know? I'm not an animal expert. But yeah. What the fuck?
Bro, I can't come to no fucking gas station no more. Look at this shit. Look at this. Bro, gas prices are good though. What the fuck? Dude, I'm so... Can you get up? Why?
Who sells?
Can you get up? You're so crazy. Look at this shit.
This guy's proposing to a random at a gas station, bruh.
Lex, get up. Please leave my car. I'm gonna call the cops. Look, you got customers and shit. What the fuck is this shit? Bro, I can't
that's fucking cooked. 4 dogs and a wife in bed? Nah, I was a demon. Real. Like, drink Mexican Coke, and subscribe. True. Very true. Don't forget to subscribe. Drink your Mexican Coke. This is my last I need to go get more. This is my last one. Shit. Fuck. Damn. Let's go get more. But yeah, do that. Yeah, I guess we'll get into this. We'll get into this another interview or another segment with Alex Jones. It's always a good time. I honestly love the Nick Alex collabs, because it's just like there's just a lot of energy, you know? There's just a lot of energy when you've got both Nick and Alex, and you know, two goats, two juggernauts. Great time. I mean, it was pretty retarded, but with the guy proposing, like. But anyway.
Well.
Right here. Let me pause my Skyrim music. Creatine.
Monohydrate ignites his muscles, blasting through left synthetic powerhouse.
Golden age. It's a golden age. You're done with Gavin? Did he unprivate the part 2 of his Nick interview?
Well, I told everybody this about 4 months ago, because I know the
Crank up the volume.
and I've got the sources. Trump put the CIA into Venezuela to prepare for a regime change. About
Gavin Wax
3
never
months
denied
ago,
it.
4
Yeah,
months ago.
he did that shit.
And then he started blowing up the boats, hoping to get a provocation, the drug boats, by the dictator Maduro. And then I also told you, get ready to hit ground targets and then ground invasion if they can't topple him by triggering a internal coup. Now, I don't like
Nick is streaming.
change, and I've never backed any of these
That's
wars.
just his
I mean, I was in high school during the
It's
Panama
his
invasion, but I
pre-lobby.
even knew then it was just to cover up drug dealing that was going on between George Herbert Walker Bush and Manuel Noriega. But you're about to see this, but on a much wider scale.
He said he's going live
They
today.
don't have a very
Just to
powerful
fly back.
military there. But
So.
still, that could go sideways. Plus, the CIA could set Trump up like the Bay of Pigs with Kennedy. And that
Is this the first segment with Nick? Hang on. 40203.
Babel.
Oh, he had Jay Dyer on before.
The first whole list of problems. G. Policies all and a few days.
I think it is. I think that's the first segment. Okay.
that's going on between, and that's going on between.
Fuck.
By design,
Okay.
operation in the early 60s.
Yeah, 3-hour intro.
Whereas I'm
Real.
not going to cry if Maduro gets removed. I still think this is a bad idea, but it's being done overall.
How's the audio?
In the larger strategic balance
Balance
to
well?
intimidate China, and to dominate economically, because this is the type of thing that an empire does. That's my view of it. Nick J. Fuentes was going to be here earlier in the morning, but he was working on a project so late, he said, I'll just come in live. So he's here in the first hour. He's going to go jump on an airplane back to Chicago to host his show tonight. It's some mystery time. Nick, good to have you here with us in the studio.
Great to be with you. Yes, well, we're going to war. The president of No New Wars is striking again. And well, I think what's really interesting about it, because there's now all this reporting about how it's escalating. They're talking about striking on land. The CIA's deployed doing some covert operations, which I don't know how those are covert operations if they're announcing them on the news media. That's not very covert, not a lot of element of surprise. But what I saw about Venezuela last week is they said they actually worked out a deal between Maduro and Rick Grenell. This is in the New York Times. And there were some people disputed this. There was some back and forth, apparently, from the anonymous sourcing on this. But they said that Rick Grenell had reached a deal that Maduro was effectively going to surrender, realigning Venezuela with Washington, giving us a cut of the gold, the oil, all future mining, extraction, processing, anything like that. And they say that it was Rubio, the Secretary of State and now the National Security Advisor, it's Rubio that shut down the deal as recently as 2 weeks ago. He said that we won't even settle for Caracas realigning to Washington as long as Maduro is in power. So they're insisting actually specifically on regime change.
I think they got him. I think they got him.
They want the realignment, but they actually want Maduro to go.
And that's very astute of you to point that out. This is definitely part of the art of the deal pressure, because Trump needs Venezuela to stop being the piggy bank for the Democratic Party. That's part of another strategic move. But who do you think is going to come out on top? Do you think Rubio and the neocons will get what they want, or do you think they'll do the deal?
I hope they do the deal, but honestly, Rubio, he's one of the most powerful Secretary of State in modern history, and that's because he consolidated control over the National Security Council. After they terminated Mike Waltz back in the spring for being too close to Netanyahu, everybody said that was a great move. This is, really positive, but Rubio has basically absorbed the NSC, so he's got a lot of clout, certainly more than Grenell, and he wants Maduro gone. He's a Cuban refugee or child of Cuban exiles, Cuban refugees, extremely anti-communist. I think in the final tally, I think Rubio's going to get what he wants. I think they're going to try as hard as they can to goad Venezuela into war, and they're going to get their regime change, which they've wanted for 10 years, even since the first Trump admin.
I think that's accurate. The only question is, will elements of the CIA set up Trump during this?
Well, that's always historically how they do it. I like what you said about Bay of Pigs, because it's the same exact playbook, which is you go to regime change in the Caribbean, in Latin America, it goes south, and it brings down the whole administration. So
we'll be right back in 60 seconds. Share the live feeds now.
I was hoping you had some of the Alex Jones ones. How is Alex?
He's a great trainer. He's lost. Looks like he's serious. I've watched real Alex. He works out every day.
Find it all. Absolutely.
Government Law. Alex Jones.
That was a quick break.
Well, Trump wanted that.
Yeah, buy your blue meth.
And he, helped end 7 conflicts. Hadn't got Ukraine done yet. But as I said 4 months ago, 3.5 months ago, I said, look, they're going to start blowing these boats up. They're hoping for a response by Maduro. It is a dictatorship. I'm not going to cry if they get removed. But then we remove something bad and usually put something worse in. The CIA put Saddam Hussein in and then later removed him, put something in far worse, just like they just removed Assad and put in the global head of al-Qaeda in Syria. And so I told you months and months ago, I said the CIA is there trying to do regime change right now. Maduro came out then and said, I give up. I want to come in. By the way, Biden said ship the illegals up there. Here's the documents. Yes, we've been laundering money for them. We'll quit. We'll quit. Because they've been a client of the Democrats and Communist China. And as you said, Nick Fuentes earlier, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, he doesn't want that. We heard there was a deal last week. Is this Venezuela going back on the deal, or was that seen as a sign of weakness? Gut level, there's going to be regime change. And I think we're going to see, on the current trajectory, fireworks, U.S. aircraft destroying bases. And if that isn't enough, I think we're going to see a replay of the 1989 invasion of Panama. What do you think, Nick Fuentes? Then we'll segue
How expensive is all of this going to be?
And the peace deal, is it a real peace deal? Where is that going with Gaza? And then into the big one, Ukraine.
Like, I do think part of it is also a show of force. not obviously not to Venezuela if we're toppling their regime, but to China. It's a statement. We're not fucking around. That's I think an element of this too, because China is, Venezuela is sort of their economic foothold into Latin America. You had Chinese banks, they invested like some $50 billion in Venezuelan infrastructure. So I think that's the more likely reason why we're doing this. We're conducting this regime change. Yes, we have the narco state, but that's to me more of the pretense. Obviously, I don't think this is the same as Afghanistan or Iraq. It's a different ballgame. It's much more in our interests to control this region than to conduct regime change in Iraq. Yo, what's up, SSB? What's up, Smelly? How's it going, dog? Yeah, their Belt and Road Initiative. They're trying to build up their trade deals, their trade partners around the world, because they want to have a more robust economy that isn't as reliant on America. And they're making the right moves. They're building trade relationships. They're growing in power through these initiatives. But of course, when great power politics, America, we can't have these other superpowers dealing in our backyard. That's not in our interests. It's not in our nation's interests, and certainly not in this regime's interests. We should own the Americas. That is like kind of a red line for us. Part of the Monroe Doctrine. So, Xi Jinping is big mad at Pakistan for selling rare earths to the U.S. Yeah, it's a tug of war. These countries, they're going back and forth. We're trying to pull these countries into our sphere of influence. And China's trying to do the same thing. There was something interesting that happened in Argentina with I have to read up on this, but with Chinese trade in particular. Anyway. So I think that's the proper lens to view this intervention in Venezuela, rather than it being have anything really to do with the narco state. It's much more about power over the Americas. But it is weird that they would go so far as to regime change if it is true that Maduro is conceding on every front. And so that's why I wonder if it is a show of force, or if it is maybe more ideological than that. Maybe it is still this neoconservative mindset, this sort of neoliberalism that the whole world needs to be a liberal democracy. Which, you would think that we're past that, but I guess still you have these ideologues that are pushing that. But we'll see where this goes.
And Trump on the phone right now with Putin about to send cruise missiles over there. That's not what you do when you want a peace prize.
Yeah, absolutely. As far as Venezuela is concerned, I agree with you. I think that they want regime change, and this is consistent with what they did in the first term. This is John Bolton's maximum pressure policy all over again. And the reason that I'm against a regime change like you, it's not even necessarily that they'll get something worse. It's that you never know how it's going to go. And in Latin America, there's a huge history. Some of it's good, but a lot of it is a failure. And the invasion in Grenada, for example, even though that was a tiny country, didn't go so well in the early stages. In Cuba, it didn't go so well. It never actually goes quite how you think it's going to go.
Trump doesn't care about democracy. He wants loyalty. Yeah, I think Trump's kind of out to lunch. I think this is more Rubio. Yeah, he just wants to be glazed. It's almost like it's not even loyalty. Because does he really give a shit about loyalty when half of the people in his cabinet were never Trumpers? He cares about being glazed. It's so much more petty than that. It's so much, You would hope it would be loyal. It would be loyalty, but it's not. What's up, Groiper? How's it going, dog? But it's literally he just wants to be glazed. Question about hiding your power level. What's that, MGoat? And that's why, look, the regime change is such a risk, and this can absolutely backfire in Trump's face, especially considering the rhetoric that he ran on, the president of no new wars. So if this blows up, I mean, dude, imagine how much worse the refugee crisis, the Venezuelan refugee crisis could be, how bad for the administration this could be if things just don't go well. Separate emails for what's SM account? What's that? For each social media account. I mean, it depends on, are you, I mean, in an ideal world, yeah, you would want to be like always err on the side of caution, I would say, when it comes to hiding your power level. But I'll be kind of frank, like, if they want to know if they want to figure out who you are, they already know, as far as like intelligence agencies, stuff like that. I think for the vast majority of people, it's just like, don't say stupid shit on the internet. Like don't Fed post, don't go to your your friends and make edgy jokes if you know they're like liberal, for example. You know, don't lean in on the polemics. As far as like being worried about like your email account leaking and shit, like obviously don't hand out your email to people, but like if you're worried about Mossad getting your email, like they probably don't care that much about you in particular. But, you know, probably better to err on the side of caution. But, because in this sense, it's like, it is probably better to be somewhat schizophrenic about it, to just assume they're always watching. Everything on the internet is permanent. But, you know, again, it kind of depends. Things could look really different in like, well, let's say hypothetically, Democrats get into power and they I don't know, they subpoena all the social media companies to give up your email, like all the email addresses of its users. Let's say they start passing like hate speech laws or like anti-fascist or anti-Nazi laws, which they might, because look at how we're provoking them. But look, at that point, yeah, we're all kind of cooked. I'll be honest. And again, like it's safe to say, like, look, they have backdoors into like your iPhone, into your operating system. On a certain level, if it's government involvement, it's safe to assume that they know who you are. If they really want to find out who you are, they'll figure it out. Unless you're extremely proficient with technology, extremely proficient, they will find out who you are. That doesn't mean, so the whole, as far as OPSEC goes and InfoSec, just like don't be stupid. Don't say stupid shit on the internet. Don't Fed post. Do not Fed post. For fuck's sake, do not Fed post. Not only because we disagree with it morally, fundamentally, but just because it like they take that shit seriously. At least if you're a right winger. Not so much if you're a left winger, but if you're a right winger, your life will be ruined if you Fed post. Unless you're a Fed yourself. So Trump is building an arc to Trump in DC. Is he? Trump already gave the Venezuelans immunity? Yeah, dude. Such a joke. It's not enough. YouTube is still heavily censored. Alex, Nick, Leafy, They're all banned. It's not enough. Nothing ever happens. Yeah, I know, right? Remember when Jim Jordan said, "Hey, look, YouTube is gonna reinstate people's accounts." Who got reinstated? Sneeko. Happy for him, but it's like, can we do a little more than Sneeko? You know, I think we need a little bit more than Truth Funny. Bro, it's confirmed the Mossad has spyware in Windows. They know. Yeah, look, in like Palantir, they have like a database of over like 1 million Americans that they consider like high risk or whatever of right-wing extremism. So they know. The problem is it's like there's a lot of us and the public sentiment is changing. That's the problem for them. And of course that we have guns. They just need like the proper pretense, you know? They would just need the proper motivation to sway public opinion so that they could justify such sweeping censorship, like beyond what they did in like 2020, in 2021. Nico, what are you gonna do with low IQ kid? People forget, man, he is a Muslim. Yeah, I know. I mean, look, Sneeko, I don't want to shit on Sneeko all the time, but like, yeah, not exactly who we're talking about when it comes to wanting to ease off the censorship, you know? Not exactly doing the most. And he's not really fully ideologically aligned with us. It's like, what is his criticism? What's the thrust of his like political beliefs? Like, okay, he's anti-Zionist. Okay, that's not good enough because he's still pro third worldist. He's still pro Islam. I mean, he's a Muslim. That's you know, he's ankle biting Christians and Europeans. Not a fan of that. So yeah, I mean, it's just not good enough. We need Nick back. We need like Nick, Vince James, Alex Jones, you know, a lot of like the most prominent people in that dissident right-wing space. And if Nick got back on YouTube, it would be a force multiplier. Because YouTube is by far the biggest video platform, and it's not even close. So if Nick were streaming on YouTube, he would clear, like, easily, I would say, like, over 100,000 live viewers. If he were on YouTube every single night. Look, like, Candace gets over 100,000 viewers every show. Candace. I know she maybe to some people, she's more palatable, like, in the mainstream. Because, you know how they love to platform women of color and all that. But yeah, I mean, Nick is able to still pull like 30 to 40,000 live viewers on fucking Rumble at like midnight, you know? So it's like, imagine if he were on YouTube. Yeah, he converted. Yeah, he did convert. Am I Christian? Yes, I am Christian. I'm Catholic. So, yeah. So we need to get Nick back on YouTube. Yeah, Nick. Yeah, I saw that. Nick was number 2 in the third quarter of 2025, right after Alex Jones. Isn't that funny? You got the number 1 and number 2 right here. So, and that's just like crazy. And that's Rumble. That's a has a much smaller user base than YouTube. So that's why I would really like to see more pressure from the administration to protect free speech and to go after these companies like YouTube that have censored conservatives. It's just like, and then that's just so typical of the right wing of the Republican Party. It's like whenever they get power, they don't do anything. They don't do anything with it, man. They just sit there. And they're like, and how many Republicans are cool with like all those young Republicans getting doxxed by Gavin Wax? Like that shit cannot happen. That is something we should absolutely not tolerate. And so, yeah. But we'll see what happens.
Comes to regime change. And the other thing is, just like in Trump's first term, you always get instability. And so when we did regime change in Syria, we got a refugee crisis in Germany. When we tried to do regime change in Venezuela in the first term, why do you think there were 10 million Venezuelans that came here under the Biden administration? It's because of the hyperinflation, starvation, instability in Venezuela, because we actually started imposing the oil sanctions from 2017 to 2021.
Same thing with blowing up the Middle East. We got to fight them over there than over here, and then it's all the refugees we open up to them.
Yeah, fight them over there and then bring them all over here anyway. It doesn't even make any sense. So I think this is
well, it's the same thing with like, oh, we're gonna enter a trade war with China, but we're gonna take all of these Chinese visa workers and students. Similar story with India. Okay, we're gonna put some pressure on India for doing business with Russia for buying their oil and natural gas. Except we're importing millions of Indians into the West. How does that work? Knowing that their economy is dependent on remittances, if we were serious about putting pressure on them, we would deport a lot of Indian workers. The Democrats did this to YouTube. They forced YouTube to ban us. Now we are in power, and Trump is nothing. Does nothing to bring us back. Exactly. Like these people are not serious enough. And I am. You have to, considering how pissed off and deranged the left is. Like they're totally activated right now between the ICE raids and how they think that Trump is killing democracy. I mean, not only is that just not true, I wish I wish this was the end of democracy, but as much as that's not true, like they're obviously living in another reality. And considering how much celebration there was in the left when Charlie Kirk died, in case it's like newsflash, idiots, these people want you dead. They want us fucking dead. What do you think happens if they regain power in 28? If things continue the way they're going now, dude, there'll be a reckoning. And that's why, man, like, yeah, they should go after all of these politicians. They like, Republicans should do everything to the Democrats that the Democrats did to Trump. Use every tactic, lawfare, economic warfare, you name it. Go after these people. Like, they're not treating this with the severity that it really warrants. They think it's a fucking game. And if you spend any time like on the Hill talking to a lot of these like political creatures, they're like living in another world. They're not taking it seriously. It's all about points and optics and personal career opportunities to these people. At least a lot of these people. There are not a lot of like true believers in DC. They are few and far between. At least on our side. But anyway.
What the CIA and the Pentagon, this is what they've always wanted. They want Maduro to go, and they want to claw Venezuela back into the orbit of the United States as part of the broader Monroe Doctrine, just like they did with Argentina with
Find some Yamaha speakers, bro. These are good Why is everyone talking about my headphones? These are high quality, hi-fi man headphones. They sound amazing, truly amazing. I've got it running through a DAC amp. You think you're the first one to talk about my headphones? You're not. You're not the first.
A couple of years ago, although that was peaceful, they're trying to do that now with Venezuela, and I think you're on the money.
Sounds incredible.
The context is World War IV. We are trying to deter China from invading Taiwan.
These people had no fear, and why is no harsh consequence? And why is that no harsh consequences? Hot take, but Princess Leia heads. Okay, not you two, hypocrite. Okay, come on now. If you guys could put these on your head and listen, you would get it. These people have no, and why is, and wait, Nitro, I'm not sure what you're saying. And why is that no harsh consequences? Hot take, but them alive. Help me out here. I don't know what you're trying to say. I mean, look, they do have fear. Clearly, they're afraid that Trump is like some kind of dictator. Like, they're totally histrionic they are afraid. They're not used to consequences because, again, Republicans get into power and they don't do anything. They don't do anything to punish these people, so they're enabled. In the same way you see like a lot of like criminals with like stuff like catch and release. They're not really afraid to do crime because we're not harsh on crime at all. They get a slap on the wrist. So, anyway.
We're trying to get Putin to come to the table on a deal. We're trying to get Iran to give up their nuclear weapons. And historically, Trump loves to intervene in these lower level conflicts to demonstrate his willingness
George, did you get Battlefield?
Force in other conflicts. So you bomb
Exactly. He uses this as a saber rattle.
Right. Bomb Venezuela, convince Iran you're serious. Just like they did with Syria 5 years ago. And
no, you have to get it. That's crazy.
Their negotiations with North Korea and China. So I think that's the move. You're on the money. I think regime change is imminent. It's going to be fireworks.
And we go back to what we started with. You can't underestimate Ratcliffe and the CIA clearly working against Trump, just like his deputy head of the DOJ, keeping Republicans that were put in jail for exposing election fraud, keeping them in high security, blocking criminal investigations into what happened to me that we're starting. You calling Trump supporters fringe. That's the deputy AG, and then you got all of these other cases going on where Trump.
Did Ching get Battlefield 6 when you know the crash out? He was supposed to. He said he's gonna get it. He hasn't been feeling well. So whenever he decides to get it. But yeah. Ching isn't going to get Battlefield 6. Why you say that? If not, CS, he's not playing. No, he'll play Battlefield. Ooh, dude, we've talked to okay, I know this is a tangent, but I've talked to Ching. He's expressed his excitement for Battlefield. He's like, oh, I can't wait. Dude's still learning CS lineups. I think he's like playing FIFA. I don't even know if he's been playing CS. I don't know. He you know how he is. He comes and goes. He's here and then for a month he's gone. You know. Hey. Anyway. You gotta clear up your hard drives though. What do you have on your hard drives, bro? He's like a cat. He's like a monkey. He's like a monkey. I don't know. He's like, I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. Cats are like a little too auriful. He's like a monkey. It's like chaotic energy. There's just something over there, like it just catches his attention. He just like runs over somewhere else, and you don't see him for a while. Anyway. Footage from my webcam. Oh, that's crazy. That's what's on your hard drives. Just hours of footage. The monkeys are always there. They're always chilling. What do you mean? They're swinging from tree to tree. Monkeys are also smart. Damn. Shit. Anyway,
has the CIA director that knew all this that was going on in his first administration when he was the head of national intelligence, where Gabbard is today, and we know he's been working against Trump. It's even coming out in mainline news, but still he's over there. If Trump thinks he's just going to go in there into Venezuela and not have the danger of the CIA set him up.
Yeah, dude, I think everyone's tired of these Venezuelans, man. They're causing problems in Chicago. There are fucking Venezuelans in Colorado, man. They're all over the place. And it's not... Anyway. Sorry for being late because, by the way, I was at the gym and got caught in the mirror flexing for like 20 minutes, mogging myself in the mirror with massive biceps, Gym check real quick. Sorry for being late. Were you? Is that what you were doing? Venezuelan gangs own apartment buildings in Colorado. Yeah. I think I had one of my friends, like, because she was in, was it Boulder? Was it Boulder? Am I thinking of the right? Yeah. They're in Boulder. Or she was there for some time, and I forgot what she was doing exactly. But there was like some shootout near her apartment building, like right outside. Might have been Venezuelans, might not, but with, you know, the presence of these Venezuelan gangs, I mean, dude, kind of a problem. Kind of a problem. You start taking your towel off like the old dudes starting down. Yeah, at the gym, you're just fucking letting it all hang out. That's crazy.
That's their main mission. I think Trump's walking into a trap, because part of me is for regime change, because I don't like communist Maduro, and they've been funding the Democrats, so I have a problem, but you just can't engage in black magic. You can't look at something one-dimensional and not look at second, third order consequences. So now that I've really had time to think about it, I think they are going into Venezuela one way or the other.
Stare them straight in the eye too with a straight face. What, should he stroke it a little too while he's doing that as well? Did he just stare people down in the gym butt naked, giving your nuts a little tug? That's crazy. That's crazy, Kumquat, that you would suggest such a thing.
Want to topple it without
You're a
invasion,
freak.
but I think when push comes to shove, Trump's going to do it, because he has the fentanyl argument and all the rest of it, saying, you know, that's a war against us. But I just smell a trap, Nick.
I'm with you. And I think that the key distinction, which you're right about, is the realignment versus regime change. Because what a lot of people don't get is Venezuela is our jurisdiction. It's in the Western Hemisphere. And according to the Monroe Doctrine, that makes it our business. And Maduro is doing business with our adversaries, China, Iran, Russia. So, of course, it's preferable that we have a different regime in Venezuela that isn't socialist, that isn't aligned with Beijing and Moscow. But when you go in and force a regime change, it's Pandora's box. You don't know what you're getting. You're getting instability. You're getting violence. It might work. It might not. Maybe they bring the violence to our shores. You think some of these millions of people that came here in the past 10 years from Venezuela, you don't think some of them work for the Venezuelan regime?
Part of masculinity is being big and taking up space. So if you're trying to be as masculine as possible, what? So do you need to be like bricked up? If you're like, if some guy's like squaring up with you and you gotta like take up as much space as possible, what? You gotta like get a boner real quick to like assert your dominance? Is that? Well, yeah, but that's taking. You said you gotta be big and take up space. Is that not what being bricked up accomplishes? You get into a fight. Let me just get a boner real quick. Like, I'm just following your logic, man. I'm just following your logic.
Or for narco-terrorists, you just never know what you're going to get. So,
they definitely have.
Hey, this is you. This is all you.
Iran. What if we actually obliterate Iran and they hit the doomsday button and activate their Hezbollah that is here?
The war comes to our shore. And that's just what you can never predict. So hopefully, and I hope that Trump prevails, because I believe in my heart of hearts that his intuition is against regime change and intervention. And what it looks like from the outside looking in is a maximum pressure strategy. They put a $50 million bounty on Maduro's head. They're bombing the coast. They're talking about bombing on land. They're trying to create instability in the regime so that it collapses by itself without them having to actually land on the shore or do a ground invasion. That being said, the Maduro regime has been extremely durable. And so I don't know actually that that's going to work.
And how do we know that some contractors or some sub-Pentagon group doesn't do a Gulf of Tonkin or USS Liberty and attack one of our ships or claim they were attacked, or the sinking of the Maine in 1898 to get us in the Spanish-American War, starting in Cuba? I mean, these things don't just rhyme, they repeat.
Yes. Well, you have to assume they're going to do that. And that's partially why they're setting up. They're putting those naval assets in the region, begging Venezuela to make a mistake and to provoke the United States. And then, like you said, whether it's contractors or freelancers in the CIA, then they get the war that they wanted.
Remember, these are people that'll blow up the Nord Stream pipeline and have the guts and the chutzpah to blame the Russians.
Right.
And let's go back to the Lusitania. The Germans, for 3 months, put ads in the New York Times, Boston Globe, do not sail on this flagship. It is carrying weapons to the war. The British advertised it, and it let passengers get on. Finally, a German U-boat sunk it, and we entered the war. because of the emotionalism of this. So this is how this happens.
Every time that's how it happens. And what you have every single time is they put our assets basically in harm's way. They put our assets in the region like they're doing in Venezuela.
Admiral Bubba leaving Salcom at the end of this year. Whoever takes their place will be very telling whether or not we're going in anywhere in South America. Nothing will happen for the rest of this year in South America. You think so? Well, you don't think this is going anywhere? You don't think there will be regime change in Venezuela? Or do you think it will be postponed until next year?
We have the boats there because they know if we're acting provocatively that Venezuela is going to make the first move, and then you have the pretext. And the way that it works is the public does not want to go to war in Venezuela, but if attacked, they will support us going in. And so I think that you're on the money on that. The intelligence community, they want this war. They always have. They'll get it. They'll get what they want every time. So.
I think there's about a 90% chance, and I was the first to say this 4 months ago this was going to happen. I think about a 90% chance the next 2 months, I think there's some provocation. Oh, one of our ships got attacked. And then, boom, Trump hits their airfields, hits some of their main military bases. And if that doesn't topple, because, the CIA is trying to get a new government to overthrow, so don't do the work. If that doesn't work, I think Trump might double down and actually send in the Marines, who they've got training all over the Mediterranean right now. I mean, all over the Caribbean.
I think if Venezuela falls, Brazil could be next. Trump hates Lula. This is where it's like you would hope that the second order consequence of regime change in Venezuela would pull Brazil more into our sphere of influence. You would hope. But we'll see. Again, I don't know how much Trump himself particularly cares. I think this is more so Rubio. I think this is more so the deep state, if you will, and his advisors. That's kind of their whole MO here. That's I don't know. At this point, Trump he's old, he's weak. He's kind of it seems like at the mercy of the people around him. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if we even have the resources to commit to that. If if this war with Iran, because now Trump is saying he's committing troops to fight Hamas. That's fucking awesome. That's great. That's really awesome. I love that. And, Israel still wants their war with Iran. And if we're tied up in Iran, and Ukraine hasn't been resolved yet, are we going to have the resources to defend Taiwan? If that's the case, if we still haven't, if we have to prioritize, we can't be everywhere all at once. And I don't think we can continue to supply Ukraine, fight in the Middle East, whether it's even with Hamas, but in particular with Iran, while also conducting regime change and deterring a Chinese invasion of Taiwan at the same time. I don't think we can reliably do that. I think that's stretching ourselves too thin. I just don't think we have the resources for that. And I think even just in a war with Iran would probably, that would be a very expensive war that would probably bankrupt us. If we weren't in a recession already, which we are, then we could very well go into a depression after that. That could accelerate and enable our competitors, China and Russia, at which point we will struggle to restrain their advances. I just don't see how it's plausible. So it's what is more important to this regime? Serving Israel and toppling Iran? Restraining Russia as they blitz through Ukraine? Or restraining China as it takes Taiwan? And then, of course, and then follow-up question, what about South America? Because, and at that point, I would say it's probably best to focus first on our backyard, which would be the Americas. Yeah. I don't think we have any interest in Iran, and we need to wrap up what's going on in Ukraine. And because that otherwise it's like we need to sort of gracefully retreat. That's the way I look at this situation. We can't win all of these battles. It's just not possible. And all of these battles are also not within our, some of them aren't in our interests being involved in, but they're certainly not all of equal interests to America. Like, why should we fight Iran exactly? How does that benefit America? But we'll see. Nothing, as in nothing kinetic for this year. The current gray zone / low intensity conflict trends will continue. It's easier to flood Brazil with influence than it is to do an entire regime change there because they still have relatively believable elections. Well, that's why it's like, this is something like we could have accomplished if it is true that Maduro was conceding on gold and oil. Then that kind of pressure campaign, like we don't need full regime change. Let's just, if Maduro really is just like a criminal, then why don't we just try to buy him off or threaten him to the point where he becomes our criminal? Because, like Nick and Alex are saying, this is an enormous risk. We don't know how this will necessarily pan out. And if it goes kinetic, it's likely to be more costly. It's also potentially bad optics for Trump. Jair Bolsonaro did a lot of Trump glazing, and Trump has told Brazil to pardon his boy. Yeah, Bolsonaro and Trump were homies. Yeah, I don't know, but we'll see. I remember when Lula won, a lot of people cried foul about that election too. Which maybe, I don't know. I'm not particularly informed on that election, but I mean, knowing Brazil, I wouldn't be surprised if that election was totally fake. I mean, in general, I just think elections are fake. I don't put a lot of faith in democracy in practice. These sorts of elections. It's not because it's always painted as like, oh, it's the will of the people. It's the will of the people who wins these elections. Like, not quite. It's more often than not who has institutional backing, and those institutions will convince the people who to back. So,
I agree with you. And you know what a big part of this is that Machado, the opposition leader that they're claiming won the 2024 election in Venezuela, they just gave her the Nobel Peace Prize. And so they've been setting this up even during the Biden administration. This is just like and
then she gave the award to Trump.
Right. Yeah, she said, actually, it's for you, Mr. President. And it could not be more obvious. They're setting her up. You can get rid of USAID. They're still doing the same activities, which is seeding the ground for a CIA-backed opposition leader to fill in for Maduro the second that they take him out.
So putting a bookend on that, because I want to shift to Ukraine and the same issues, just on a bigger scale. What do we do to get Trump to de-escalate out of this? Is there any chance?
I think it's out of our hands. I think that they put this stuff in the Caribbean, and it really comes down to the people that are actually operating down there. I think you're 100% correct. You get these CIA contractors, you get these freelancing types. John Ratcliffe seems like a cowboy. They're going to create the provocation for the war that they always wanted. And, we could kick and scream on Twitter, but at the end of the day, those are the ones making the decision. So I think there's very little we could do to protest it.
Well, we're going to find out if Trump has control of the CIA.
Yeah.
Because if they sabotage this, which they'd be willing to do, that's a bigger prize than getting Venezuela is to sabotage Trump and then get Venezuela later.
Right.
I mean, I just, wow. I mean, Trump cannot trust these people. He can trust Hegseth and people, but people that don't know, the military like drops the bombs and then follows the orders of that, but it's the CIA directing all this.
Yes.
And so the Pentagon's having to literally sit there and get information from the CIA. I don't believe anything they say.
Me neither. And I'm not going to believe anything that comes out of this situation because, and you and me, it's funny, we're always on these shows and it's like, I think the biggest thing we could do is say, do not trust what comes out of the media, because when they run the story that says Venezuela attacks the U.S., we got to be there to say, you can't trust that.
As much as I don't like Maduro, Maduro's been extremely restrained. He knows that he's being set up.
Right.
And that segues. So I started months ago.
He's in the plot of Battlefield 6 or something.
Europe.
CIA calls World War III. I don't know. I didn't play the campaign.
With Spetsnaz, Special Forces. Oh, Russia's going to launch drones. Then these drones right off the edge of Russia in the woods suddenly start going and flying on the edge of Poland and stuff. We already had Spiderweb, the CIA and NATO, ship them into 4,000 miles deep into Russia to blow up their Big Bear bombers. So we know they can, in that huge, border they've got, bring a few drones over, launch them on radar, have them fly over, and then NATO was ready to go to war just off a few drones flying around. Russia goes, those aren't ours. That's a false flag. Now the British government's like, Russia's preparing to attack London with drones, and they've got special forces that are about to attack major European cities with no evidence. And the Russians are like, this is ridiculous. You're the ones surrounding us. You've got nuclear weapons. We don't want a nuclear war. We don't want to invade Europe. You're the ones blowing up your own pipelines that destroy your people. And that's, so the idea that Russia is going to launch drones on it's like the Blitz, Hitler's back. This is what you see right before big false flags. This is crazy stuff.
The drone thing is very disconcerting because we don't actually even know what's going on. And this has been going on now for months and getting very little media coverage, at least in the mainstream. You have these decoy drones. They're not even real drones. They're not fixed-wing drones. They're not even the traditional quadcopters. They're like decoy drones. They're fake drones. And they're flying over all the major airports in Denmark, in the Baltic states, in Romania, in Poland. And Russia denies that they are theirs. And in the West, they say they don't know the origin.
Yeah, right.
In Denmark, they're saying we don't even know where these are coming from. And so you don't know, because on the one hand, you could say it's plausible that Russia is sending in the drones to probe Western Europe's defenses.
Yeah.
If the war escalates, you might say that the first thing Russia would do is go after the supply chains in Western Europe or punish the country.
I think, and also testing the specific responses and response times. Because you had like Latvian Air Force, even like the Italian Air Force scrambled jets. So that's important information if this war were to continue and shift further into Western Ukraine. Identify like key logistics routes, and which assets are going to be called into play and when. That's all very, very valuable information to Russia. So I actually do think that it wasn't, because some people thought it was like a false flag, these drone probes that happened, last month into, what they crossed into, was it Polish airspace? They thought it was some kind of false flag, or like maybe the drones just got lost. I do think that it was intentional.
Countries that are arming Ukraine. If the war escalates, maybe that's a contingency. At the same time, Ukraine and NATO have a very clear interest in a false flag, bringing in drones that originate from Ukraine or somewhere else to create the pretext to escalate against Russia.
That is,
say, these are Russian drones. That's why we need to arm Ukraine.
Well, even before the Russians said it, people go, oh, you're a Russian puppet. No, I said it before them. Like a year ago, I said, one of the big things would be launch drones. You can smuggle it right across the border of Belarus or Russia, giant multi-thousand border. You just launch it a mile in, and then these drones that launched a few weeks ago, they said were Russian, literally came off the edge of their territory. The Russians have no interest. They have satellites. They have all this other stuff. They've hacked into everything. They don't need to fly retarded drones around airports.
Right.
I mean, it's horse crap, people. It's a total escalation is what it is, because it's the perfect deniability. They have nuclear submarines. They have hypersonic missiles, Mach 15. They don't need retarded drones,
unless they're deliberately testing the responses, which I think is possible, because what is the likelihood this war is going to end anytime soon? What is really the only thing that the West can do to respond to Russia, especially Russia now that they have all of this leverage, if not to escalate? If not escalate. At which point it would be important for them to measure the response times. But it could totally be a false flag. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't recall Russia denying that those drones were theirs, at least not in a public way. You would think that they would try to de-escalate in some manner. But I don't recall seeing that. I could be wrong, though. And so it leads me to believe it was them testing response times.
Fly out of Russia and then like fly 50 miles an hour for an hour over to Poland. I mean, it's the most idiotic thing imaginable. The Russians don't want provocation. They don't have the motive. Qui bono.
That being said,
but I think they expect escalation. I mean, realistically, Russia could lead to some kind of ceasefire. Because the Trump admin was practically begging Putin to end the war. But I think Putin just, to put it simply, I don't think he trusts the West whatsoever. I think that any kind of ceasefire would just give Ukraine ample opportunity to resupply, to rearm. And then the war will kick back up again with another provocation. So I think it's almost like an expectation that this is going to continue to escalate. Because on the one hand, I don't think Putin wants all of Ukraine. I think that's clear. I mean, I think Putin wants his country to be as powerful as possible, but I don't think he can necessarily take all of Ukraine and defend it with his logistics. This war has been fairly costly to Russia. But on the same on the other hand, I don't think he can't trust NATO. He can't trust this administration. He certainly can't trust the Ukrainian leadership. So at this point, I think he's going for a war of attrition to just drain out the resources from NATO as best he can. France is bankrupt. They're dipping into Russian seized funds. They need a war to hide their debt collapse. Expect Europe to keep poking Russia. Yeah, they're in a bit of dire straits, aren't they? And things are not going well for them in Africa either. Wagner Group has had success, pulling these African resources more into Russia's sphere of influence too. So it's at the point where I think they've made the calculation any kind of ceasefire is less likely to happen given the track record of provocation, of reneging on these agreements, on these treaties. That's what leads me to believe that these are Russian drones. They're probing for what they believe is an inevitable escalation. I could be wrong. Again, it could be a false flag because Ukraine also has a motive to false flag Europe to get them directly involved. But we'll see.
If you do war game it out, you might see that there's an angle which is to intimidate the West, because what this
So you think they might be wanting to like probe out the...
If you trust Trump 3 years from now, he has a whole new administration to deal with. Yeah, even if you trust, yeah, exactly. He'll have a whole new administration, because frankly, Trump's in a bit of a pickle because he was never as hawkish on Russia as the Democrats were, in particular Joe Biden. He ran on no new wars. He ran on, if I were president, Ukraine never would have happened. We'll end the war in Ukraine before, I even get on. That didn't happen, of course. As if anyone really expected that. So he's in this unique political position where it's really not in his interests to fight Russia, to allocate resources to restrain Russia. It was these neocons, and it was, primarily through, really through the Biden admin that were openly hawkish on Russia. And so Trump really filled that foil and ran on that. Aren't you tired of hearing Russia, 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 and Ukraine, Ukraine? And then, here we are, and there's no end in sight. And so, interestingly, it puts Putin in a unique position where he knows that any kind of provocation from America or escalation from America will be very unpopular. And because of that, he knows he could probably get away with more with Trump than he could with Biden, for instance. And so I think he is seizing this opportunity now, because who knows where we'll be in a few years, right? In 2029, when the new president takes office. It could be a Democrat, it could be Vance, who knows? But that's years away. That's years in the future. So I think now is the time to make a play. Now is the time, I think, for Putin to really hash out this war, at least in his mind. Yeah, I think that's but we're seeing this instability all around the world. So who knows if this opportunity will present itself years in the future. I think it's this idea that, like, it's almost like whack-a-mole. As these other issues pop up for America to allocate resources, to restrain, it's like now you don't stick out as much, Now Putin, this conflict in Ukraine doesn't stick out as much when America also has to worry about Venezuela, also has to worry about China, also has to worry about the Middle East, Iran, the Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah, you name it. So yeah, I don't think this is going to end anytime soon.
Less response.
I think so, and specifically the air defenses, because what the war has become in Ukraine is a drone war. In the past, it was an artillery war. Now it's become a drone war, and both Russia and Ukraine have become drone superpowers.
So are you saying it's supposed to draw drone defenses out of Ukraine back to Europe?
Not necessarily drone defenses, but demonstrating to Europe that if it turned into a hot war, they would be vulnerable. That Russia could swarm them with drones, and there's very little Europe would be able to do to defend
You mean conventionally?
Yes, to defend their critical
infrastructure. Because Russia says they're going right to nuclear. They've demonstrated on national TV what they're going to do.
That's probably brinksmanship.
They're going to blow up all the military bases with nukes.
I think that's a lot of talk. I think they say that because, and then this is historically how you balance. If you're conventionally weaker, you threaten nuclear. And after World War II, the United States was conventionally weaker than the Soviets, so they supplemented with Strategic Air Command. Likewise, now Russia cannot match the United States conventionally, so they talk about nukes. But
I respect your opinion, but you actually believe that Russia would use low-tech drones, in some cases thousands of miles away from their border, that just pop up in the city? I see the MI6 creating hysteria, like little green men. They literally say little green men, but not from Mars, Russian. Well, what about them claiming Spetsnaz are about to shoot up big sporting events?
I think that's ridiculous. I think that's totally ridiculous. And I'm just wargaming it out. I'm just wargaming and talking about all possibilities. But I think you're right. It does not make a ton of sense for Russia to do something so provocative like what they're doing. The dummy drones, and that's the thing, they're not even real drones hanging out over these airports. It doesn't seem like a serious tactic. So I tend actually to lean more towards you. I'm just wargaming out all the different possibilities because, in fairness, the Russians are not meeting Trump halfway. Trump wants to end the war. Putin does not. Putin wants to keep going. And
that's because over 20 times he let them cross a red line. And the Russian hardliners said, "You're out if you do." Putin has a gun to his head,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So and they're like, the Russians are like, "You pushed up to us. It's so that you got hypersonic missiles. Every time we work with you, you screw us." And that's why they're finally like, "Okay." It's like when somebody punches you in the face, you're like, "All right, you want to get in a fight? Let's go."
Well, and that's the problem when you're in World War III is you lose control of the ladder of escalation.
Yeah.
And you can't trust the other side. There's no rapport. There's no diplomatic communication. And so eventually you get forced into reciprocal responses. Russia has to keep going. America has to keep ratcheting it up to try to deter them. And so it really takes kind of an extraordinary will to break that cycle. So that's the trap we're in.
And you've been a big critic of Trump, big supporter early on. Obviously, don't support the Democrats, but you've given me some credit, on the border, trying to accelerate things. But overall, I think he doesn't want war. And where would we be if Kamala was in?
I totally agree. I think that it would be because look at what Biden did right before Trump got into office. He started to greenlight.
And that's what we were just talking about. You know, it's like Trump is in this distinct political position where, you know, it's clearly bad optics for him to escalate. His base is very much against escalation. Turkey shot down a Russian fighter with jet with no consequences. Russia always talks about nukes. Well, remember when NATO literally bombed those warehouses in Tver Oblast last year? And the next day, or like a couple days later, Putin updates, like redefines his nuclear policy to say that they reserve first use nuclear strikes if their soil is threatened. So, yeah, I mean, I think he knows a nuclear war. It's just brinksmanship, ultimately. I think he has to lean on nukes. He has to threaten nukes because, I mean, look, as Nick said, they're not as conventionally powerful. But at what point do they no longer take those threats seriously? You know, there's only so many times you can play that card before it gets old. And it becomes another boy who cried wolf situation. It's like, oh, you're going to talk about nukes again now? Oh, yeah, okay, Unc. Okay, Unc, yeah, you're not going to do anything. As far as rational actors go, I do think Putin is more rational than the West. I don't love talking in those terms, but I think a lot of the people in the American bureaucracy are like, they were around during like Bush's, you know, New World Order speech. What was it, 94? You know, this like these neoconservative holdouts that still ideologically believe in like liberal democracy, but that it's still the 90s, that it's still like 1990 and America is still at peak power, and we can just like roll people like literal unironic boomers in power that are somewhat delusional. They're somewhat out of touch, and we can't get away with all of these provocations around the world. It's just not. It's like we are our mouth, and I guess, you know, actually no, that analogy just kind of fell apart. Like I'll say this: our mouth is writing checks our military really can't cash. Like we just don't, and our economy. I just don't think we're robust enough to survive that. Not after, you know, the 25-year global war on terror, the recession, the offshoring of manufacturing to foreign countries, all these problems of financialization of our industry, of our economy. Like we really, I don't think have a robust enough economy or military or public sentiment, a population that would support such a thing. You know, all of these entanglements, all these conflicts. I think it would be political and economic suicide, for example, to go to war with Iran. And, you know, yeah. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I could totally be wrong. You know, we could topple the Iranian regime, and it could be far more costly, say, to Russia, losing that key strategic ally. And from that, because a lot of it is about balance of power. If Russia declines in relative power to America, even though it costs us dearly, we could still come out on top. The same thing can be true for China. We could go to war with both these countries, and insofar as those countries are unable to project power in the way that they are now, or that they're projected to be able to project in the future, then we could still come out on top, even if our economy is limping along. In the same way that, like, well, I shouldn't say the same way, but in a similar vein of how we came out on top after World War II, well, because Europe was destroyed, because the European manufacturing industry was gone. It was obliterated. So there was no competition. So there's something to be said that if we obliterate the competition, even though like our economy is in the gutter, there's a rationale. You could say, well, we could still come out on top because there's just no alternative. There's no other superpower alternative. And it's a big gamble, of course. It's a huge gamble because if it doesn't pan out in our favor, then our economy collapses, and that will just accelerate this multipolarity. It'll just accelerate China's rise. So there's a lot of flexing in the mirror on both sides with baby oil. Yeah, they're all baby oiled up. They're flexing. They're shining, you know. Yep. So, and that's why I don't think it's entirely lost on like the regime that this would probably bankrupt us, but they're in a certain sense they're taking that calculated risk, and I think they believe a lot of their own hype. And I think it's somewhat delusional. I think it's somewhat out of touch, but you know, again, it's like if there's no tangible superpower alternative to America, even if we're limping along, then that will kind of force all these other countries, what would you call the international community, further into our sphere of influence. So it's one hell of a gamble.
Strikes inside Russia by Ukraine further and further into Russian territory. The Ukrainians had that outpost in Kursk in Russia where they had actually invaded Russian soil. So no doubt about it, the Democrats, if they were in charge, we might be in a hot war with Russia already. So I agree with you that Trump, on a gut level, is anti-war, does not want World War III. I think he definitely doesn't want war with Russia. And he's made a real overture towards Putin ever since getting into office to that end, trying to pull us back from the brink.
And now Putin's kind of playing him, you know? Hey, credit where credit's due. It's like, for all the reasons we just talked about.
Putin has said Trump doesn't really run
What's
the
up,
national
Tom's?
security
Tom's
system.
a glee.
So the real national security system
How's
in
it going,
NATO
homie?
It isn't even. Trump has come halfway, but when Trump goes to NATO, they don't agree to the half Trump's offering. So that's why Putin goes, it's not being offered. He goes, we can't move on this if you aren't moving.
Right. It's really a four-way diplomacy. It's U.S., Russia, Ukraine, and Europe. And Ukraine and Europe have exerted enormous pressure on Washington to stay in the war. Every time Trump talks about maybe pulling the plug on Ukraine, there they are, the leaders of the UK, France, Germany, and Zelensky pulling up to the White House to tell him, you can't leave this war. So there is enormous pressure, and I think that if it were up to Trump and Putin, maybe they could work out a deal, but you're hitting on something important, which is that Trump is not actually in complete control of the foreign policy apparatus of NATO and the United States. So
that's what Putin says, and it's true. So Putin's like, how do I negotiate with you? Remember when Trump was first elected, he goes, hopefully he gets control, we'll see. And now Putin's like, he's not, he means well, but they're not really making a deal here.
Right. And what Putin has said all the time is they will not address the root causes of the conflict. Washington still will not take NATO membership off the table for Ukraine, which is just that's just denial. Ukraine cannot be in NATO, will not be in NATO, but they won't let it go for the sake of peace. So you're exactly right about that. It takes two to tango. Ultimately.
All right. I want to shift gears in domestic stuff with the left gearing up for what's going to happen to the Democratic Party. The poll numbers are in everywhere, including internal. They're going to lose even more if they held the midterms now. They're getting more and more desperate. You got Pritzker saying we're going to arrest ICE agents. I mean, they're talking about a civil war. A little prelude, and then after the break we'll get into it. What's the Democratic Party going to do?
I think that the Democrats, unfortunately, it's going to be more of the same. They're very predictable. And so you would think that after the shooting of Charlie Kirk, you think about what's happening in Chicago, they might relent and they might actually lower the temperature. But they only know one language, which is escalation. Their back is against the wall. They're lashing out. And so the rhetoric is just getting more extreme. You know, I'm in Chicago. The detention center is in Broadview, Illinois. It's not far from where I live. And you see the governor of Illinois, the mayor of Chicago, they're actually inciting the crowds to attack ICE. They told the Chicago police to stand down when ICE was being swarmed.
They're saying, quote, rise up forcefully.
And this is in the
You know, if
context.
you and I were doing that, we'd be arrested. I mean, that's
Pretty insane.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we'd be arrested yesterday if we were saying anything like that. And you actually have ICE getting attacked by terrorists. There was a story a couple weeks ago. An ICE vehicle got boxed in by 10 cars. One of them had a semi-automatic rifle. ICE shot her. They got out of the car, radioed for help from the police. Chicago police stood down. They said,
there was 2 that day. They rammed them and drove up the road and rammed. It was like all out.
right. That was one.
Dude, we need fucking National Guard. Straight up, we need martial law. We need martial law in Illinois and Chicago in particular. Like, this is unfucking believable. Like, are we really gonna allow these mayors and these governors to defy the federal government like that? Is that, like, seriously? The federal government, that's the supreme law of the land. Now is the time to flex your muscles. Now is the time for, like, if Trump wants a big win, like, among his base, like, just sweep in, like, just take control of these fucking cities. His base is dying for that. We want to see these cities cleaned up and made livable again. And people like the mayor of Chicago should be in jail. He should be stripped from power. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, if the left is escalating, we kind of have to match that. We can't just be all optics and just like, hey, look at our ICE raids. Look at how we're kicking. Look at the guys in tactical gear rappelling from the helicopters. Isn't that cool and based? It's like, yeah, except you actually have to, like, go after the locus of the loci of power. You actually have to dismantle their ability to defy your regime. You know, these institutions that are destroying our country, you actually have to strip them of that power. It is unacceptable. It's inexcusable how America, so many of these American cities, Chicago in particular, LA is another one, New York City, just across the board, fucking Denver, Colorado, in the middle of the country, not even really known for having a huge immigration problem. It's inexcusable how these cities have just become total shitholes. It's inexcusable. And you have to blame the local leadership, at least to some degree. It's unbelievable. And look, it's at that point where these people will say it is democratic. No show tonight? What? No Nick show? I don't know. I haven't heard anything on. He said he's doing a show tonight. He has to fly back to Illinois, so we'll see. But it's just inexcusable how we could just let this happen. And they might say that, look, it's anti-democratic. Well, if people keep voting these dickheads into power in all of these cities, if democracy is causing this problem, then maybe democracy is the problem. It's at least the vessel that is ushering in this degeneracy and this dysfunction. So how is more democracy going to help that? People are voting for these people in these cities. Trump is going hard. Imagine if he negotiates peace in Ukraine and then stops inner-city crime across the U.S. He wants the legacy. Well, look, I hope you're right. You know, I think he wants peace in Ukraine, if nothing else, because he wants the peace prize, so to speak. He wants to be seen as the deal maker. He wants that to be part of his legacy. And when it comes to inner city crime, like, look, dude, it's just like, I don't know how anyone could look at what's going on and just be okay with that. He just needs to get serious. He needs to get fucking serious. So I guess that's one thing. I hope that if things continue to escalate, because they are provoking the left, if the left does something really out of pocket, they bomb an ICE facility or something, who knows? I hope that will be the proper pretext for then, like, a total National Guard nationwide takeover. I really hope that that's the case. And then he can go after, like, these other institutions that are enabling this stuff. You know, go after the media companies and media personalities and politicians, a lot of these politicians that are fomenting this violence. Because the Democrats understand the game. They understand, they go for the fucking jugular. Not, you know, this is not a dog whistle, this is not Fed posting, but metaphorically speaking, like they use every lever they can to crush their opponents. And they clearly demonstrate they're not principled about that whatsoever. They don't give a shit about the Constitution. And then Republicans get into power and say, well, we can't do that because that's against the Constitution. No, we're better than them. It's like, okay, well, they're not playing fair. They don't care about the Constitution. They don't care about the rules. They redefine the rules when it works in their favor. So, we're not dealing with good faith actors that are simply, it's just a matter of disagreement. A lot of these people are psychos, but they hate us ideologically and as a matter of identity. They hate us. Never forget that. Maybe he's been looking at Bukele. I hope, but I don't know. I think a lot of that's just cope because we're not really seeing large deportations. Not large enough. He's just beholden to the and he understands, like, if he does deport millions of people, that will cause a short-term recession. It is what it is. I think it's a necessary recession we have to go through because, we've built this house of cards. We've built this economy on cheap foreign labor. So if you pull that out all of a sudden, yeah, it's going to cause things to crumble a bit. And it's going to take a while to rebuild our economy. Same thing with like manufacturing. You can't just snap your fingers and like reopen, hundreds of factories across America. Similarly, it's going to take time to like, for a recalibration of our economy to get Americans back into the workforce, and for the wages to match that. And so, yeah, you would see some short-term pains, particularly in the stock market. But you know what? The stock market doesn't represent the interests of the everyday American, the American people. It disproportionately benefits, of course, the elite ruling class, which Trump is currently beholden to. So, yeah, it's going to be unpopular, of course. But if not now, then when? He's a lame duck president. He doesn't have to worry about re-election. Like, he should be going 100 times harder than he is now on all of the things that we want him to. And his base will love him for it. And then he can sail off into the sunset. The Democrats might kill him, but he can pardon himself. It's like, at that point in time, he can be like, and this is all, of course, if Trump were not Trump, but then he would also be the kingmaker. His base would love him. He could decide who his successor would be. But, Trump's just not that guy. All the things we want Trump to be, he's just not. I think he's just weak and tired and beholden to foreign interests. And who knows? Maybe he's fucking kids on that island. I don't know. Maybe they do have dirt on him. It's very suspicious that those files haven't been released yet. It's all of Venezuela's a distraction to distract us from the Epstein files. But kind of, it's like, yeah, why are they so interested in protecting pedophiles? Maybe the files don't exist anymore. Maybe they were destroyed. Who knows? Either way, it's a bad look. Anyway, what if there is a draft? Yeah, that would kill. That would be the death of the Republicans, like the whole Republican Party. I should say that it's not a dog whistle for violence or anything. But I think that would be like the destruction of, like, that would be so unbelievably unpopular. Would I fight? Fuck no, I'm not going to fight. They know it would be political suicide. If anything, they'd probably before they'd rely on the draft, they would rely on contractors to fill the gaps. Yeah, a draft would be so incredibly unpopular. I don't think you would ever see a Republican president for like the next forever. That would be such like political suicide. At that point, you would have to just like, I don't know, man. I don't even know. Yeah, if there was a draft, like what do we... The only way that would work is if like Trump dismantles the left, which he's not going to do. If Trump dismantles the left, deports millions of people, if we get our Trumpenreich like we all want, then maybe he could get away with the draft if there's no competition. But as of right now, that would just like destroy the Republican Party, and then it's just going to be 15 years of Democrats, and America is just a third world country. We'll have Skynet. Would they draft women? I hope so. Fuck it, dude. Women keep voting for this shit. I'd be in Mexico if there was a draft. Yeah. Yep. If you're a military-aged man in draft age, it's like, dude, just honestly, if you get a draft notice, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to advocate for anything illegal. No, if you get drafted, do the legal thing, do the moral thing, you know. I don't want that on record, but I would not want to fight at all, period. Trans sim, yeah, like it would just send the trans people to go fight. Send the women and the trans people to fight. Women want equality, like they can have it. Go, like obviously, like in a perfect world, yeah, I don't think women should be in the military at all. I don't think women should vote, but look, gotta contend with reality. Women have the right to vote. You know, women are in many positions of power. I think they should have to fight. At this point, send them to the front line. They want to enter the man's world so much. Send them to the front line. Let them get blown to bits by artillery and drone strikes. What conflict would cause a draft? It would have to be an existential one at this point. I think I truly like it, you know, because you could argue Vietnam wasn't obviously was not an existential fight. But I just think given the political situation, I think it would have to be like serious. It would have to be America is seriously threatened in a real, tangible way. Maybe with China. But we'll see. It would have to be like our military is just like getting smoked because we just don't have the numbers. Well, we need to assign an emoji when you're showing your power. No, conceal the power level. Conceal it. I have a little farm outside the country. I'll support you guys from 1,500 miles away. Yeah. Fuck, man. Yeah, I obviously I hope there's no draft, but dude, who's gonna sign up to fight for this? All military members sign a contract of X number of years active duty and Y number of years on call if we're getting our ass handed to us and we need bodies. That is true. You sign up in the military, you're locked in. You are locked in, brother. I wish we lived in like a military-centric society. I wish we lived in like a hyper-militarized society. I wish our military was awesome, and I wish everything was super based and whatnot. But that's just not the reality right now. You know, if you're in the military, like you will just be... It's kind of scary because if there is any kind of like civil war, it'll come down to the military. But if you sign up now, you're not going to be running the military. Like even if you come in as an officer, you know, you're talking about like a good 15, 20 years before you hit brigadier general, roughly. And that's really where it's going to, maybe if you're a colonel, but really it's like signing up right now. The time to sign up if you were thinking about infiltrating the military was like 20 years ago, 25 years, 30 years ago. But now it's like otherwise there's a good chance you'll just be instrumentalized for the regime. You'll be sent to Iran to die. Or who knows, maybe you'll be sent to Ukraine or even China. You have no say. You have no real power unless you're, you know, like a general. And if there is any kind of like coup, you know, it would come down to the military and who's running the military. And that's really like we're not really privy to any of that information. Like we're on the outside looking in. So I don't know exactly what's going on internally in the military, what kind of discussions, you know, what the general consensus is, but it would come down to like It would have to be a higher ranking officer, I think, like at least colonel, somewhere along there, that have that much influence to like make a play for the power, you know? Because whenever you see these kinds of coup d'etats, it's like always like a general or like just some high ranking officer that that just tries to seize power. Ching will sign up. Imagine. Yeah, imagine. Oh, bro, from where? Getting shot at from where? I missed all my shots, dude. I missed all my shots. I'm whiffing. I whiffed my spray. I whiffed my spray on that on that little that China man running across the field over there. He's shouting at me in Mandarin. He's hacking. The Chinese guy's hacking. There will never be a draft for the rest of the existence of the USA. I will never say never, but I think it is unlikely. Send illegals to fight. That worked out for Rome. There is zero morale from either side politically, not to mention the obesity level. Yeah, I mean, that's a whole nother aspect. Like the human capital, dude, it's like, yeah, you look at on one half of the spectrum, you have like soy boys. You know, these like figurine collecting, balding, Norwooding, you know, low T, man titty, skinny fat, you know, feminist soy boys. And the other, and you know, on the other half, you just have like obesity, you know? Yeah. Imagine an aggressive sergeant. Yeah. Well, I can't say that. Sergeant barking orders at you. Yeah. Shit, we're getting hit by artillery and shit. Dude. You're laughing so hard because that's so true. Yeah. Yeah, and look, illegals, bro, illegals, women, all that, like on a real note. Look, there's a reason why. I know this is tired, but whenever the military is serious, whenever the regime is serious and they need like an actual competent fighting force, they always try to get the white guys to sign up. They always make an appeal to your patriotism. Hey, look at how, remember America? Look at how, like, look at your country. Don't you love your country? And, but they hate you. So. I wonder if he would draft his son Baron. Oh, absolutely not. Under, like, no circumstance do I see Baron fighting. Yeah, the Ching comment, you can't read anyone's chat on screen. Oh, is it illegible? No, I guess it kind of is. Maybe I'll move this over here. Well, you know what I could also do? To make it a little more legible, what is it? It's the doc. Wait, or it's the widget, right? Edit. Let me see here if I can. Can I add any like font weight, text shadow, outline size maybe? Maybe I'll increase the shadow a little bit. Increase the outline slightly. Is it like not, is it too hard to read? Like, oh, didn't mean to do that. Like I put this, can you, like that's just too, because of the white. I can't read that shit. I'll just put it down here for now. I'll figure something out. Maybe I need like a background. Maybe that's what I'll do. What I'll do is I'll just put a slightly gray, semi-transparent background on that. So it'll always be somewhat legible. Just got to draft to our gamers and give them drones. Yeah, real. Hey guys, it's just like you guys like Battlefield 6. Have you guys seen the new Battlefield 7? Dude, the graphics, lifelike. You won't even be able to tell. Crazy, super realistic. It's probably more like Arma 4. That's Arma 4 for you. It's gonna be yeah. Let me boot up my drone software, my RTX 6090. Can we have a background that is pure white or something and black text? Wait, maybe, yeah, maybe something like that. Black text. Was that harder on the eyes? Wait, hang on, let me see here. I could change the font color to like, wait. What if I do this? Make the text black, and I'll make the outline white. Is that outline size? Crank that down a bit. I think I kind of, did I fuck it? Did I fuck it a little bit? Is that legible? That looks kind of shit, doesn't it? Hang on. Okay, that's pure black, and if I, that's with a little bit of background. Oh, I could up the size a little bit. Dude, this is fucking ass. How does that look? I feel like it looks kind of shit. Outline size. That's pure black. Okay, you know, okay, this is just not. Yeah, I'll just add a background to this. It means I'm gonna have to add another browser, so let me just put this back the way it was. Oh, is this good? Kind of good. How does that look? Do I want text shadow? Maybe a little bit. Yeah, a little bit of text shadow. How does that look? That look pretty good? I don't want to have like just like a big block you can't see through. This looks like it's pretty probably different different parts of the screen. Seems like you can still make it out, right? Black text. We're never gonna finish this interview. we're like 25 minutes in, and we've been streaming for almost 2 hours. Hey, your first time here. Yeah, call tech support. Hello, sir. Okay, I'm hanging up. Okay, hello, sir. You need help with stream? Nah, you know what? I'll figure it out. Thank you for your time, though. It'll be like Ender's Game situation. They think it's a training mission, but they're actually shooting Chinamen. Yeah, real. Because the Chinamen will the Chinese bugmen will just be like indistinguishable from bots. You know. That's keck. Should make a Halloween. It is spooky season, yeah. Halloween background, then a Thanksgiving background, then a Christmas background. Yeah, maybe I'll put up like a little Halloween pumpkin border or something. Spooky time. Kumquat could just open YouTube at 5 font. True. Kumquat was banned from YouTube. Was Kumquat based on YouTube? I don't think Kumquat was ever on YouTube. Because I think he hates all of you. And he prefers to be on Twitch because it makes him feel special. Isn't that right, Kumquat? It makes him feel special on Twitch. Like it's his own secret little chat. Makes him feel like he likes to gatekeep. Half of the chat would be banned. Dude, that is true. Now, it's like, I gotta be honest, guys. It's like, look, when we get a Bob in here, and if you've been here for a while, you probably have a good idea like who I'm talking about here and there. It causes me physical pain. It literally like causes me fucking pain when I get like I totally get it now. I was saying this earlier. I was actually telling Kumquat about this. Like, dude, like when you first start watching Nick, you're like, man, you know, he seems like a smart guy, but why is he so mean to all of his super chatters? You know, this guy's asking him for like book recommendations. Why is he telling him to go fuck himself? That's weird. He'd probably get more money if he cools it a little bit. And then you watch the next night, and it's the same question. Hey, Nick, you got any book recommendations? And then the third night, same shit. Hey, Nick, you have any book recommendations? And by the way, have you seen Europa: The Last Battle? And then you're like, okay, I get it now. I fucking get it now. I totally get it. I totally get it. And then you just get like the dumbest questions and the dumbest takes. Like people who think they're cooking, think that they're onto something. Like a very like novel or interesting thought that pops into their head. And it's just like a totally like ignorant or just dumbass question or statement. It's like so or like even just inconsequential. Which is your place of solitude? Yeah, real. And obviously, like, it's not everybody. But you guys probably, if you've been here for a while, you've definitely seen what I'm talking about. And if you've watched America First, like if you've watched Nick's show, you also know what I'm talking about. Some people are just cooked. They're not meant for politics. They should just be on the farm or like in the mines, you know? They yearn for the mines and they don't even realize it. The mines are calling them. In politics, it's just not for most people. Not even just like politics, but like most people just aren't very smart. It's really that simple. And I don't say that to be like an asshole or to like be dismissive or anything like that. But it's just true, man. For me, it's every day. I hate all of you. Yeah. Yeah. The only person with opinions should be me. Yeah. Everyone defer to Kumquat for your opinions. But it's true. It's there's just a lot. I'm telling you, man. It's like Nick is justified in every single one of his crash outs. Every single one. So you all should just be like action figures you play with. Yeah. Anyway. No, but most people in my chat are cool. But you get Bobs every once in a while. Like, I said this the other day. I think, if I think you were here. Like that one guy that tried to make the argument that it doesn't matter if something is popular because that makes you a populist. I'm like, you are an idiot. You don't even know what a populist is. It doesn't matter how many books you read, how many authors you cite. Your opinions are dumb because you are dumb. And people like... That's like the worst kind of midwit. Is like a midwit that thinks they're educated or like because they read a few books, they know what they're talking about. And they're going to like cite some author at you, but what they're saying is just still fucking retarded. That is the worst form of midwit that just doesn't understand even like first principles thinking. We know Kumquat Achilles heel. Yeah, BB God Latina. Yeah. No, I'm kidding. It's just habit. I found Mello off a gaming stream way back and I just stuck around on here. That's so true, man. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that this is where we ended up? Remember back when I was playing Counter-Strike pugs and shit? That was years ago. Now here we are. That was a funny Bob. He had me laugh. I couldn't figure out if he was rage baiting. Dude, that's why it's just like... It's like, I also hate debating people in this format. Like, I don't want to debate my chat, to be honest. It's not fun. There's too much latency. There's no ability to pick up on inflection, so it's hard to tell if people are being serious. So I kind of have to take things at face value. I don't want, like, it is not fun to have, like, major, like, debates or disagreements and, like, where I'm going back and forth with the chat. It sucks. It fucking sucks. Because I say something, I sit here, I wait. Sometimes people go to www.imright.com and pull up some bullshit statistic or something, and I just don't have patience for that anymore. I think you found me off Tarkov, huh? Damn. What's up, Jew Shapiro? That's a crazy name. That's a crazy name. Jew Shapiro on Twitch. Yeah. Yeah, man. Anyway, are we gonna get through it? I don't know if we're gonna get through this, bro. Nick is gonna go live before we're done with this.
Driving like she was a Green Beret or something.
And
I mean,
she's like,
it's not easy to
Antifa.
drive like that, like ramming, like up under the truck, driving them 40 miles. I mean, that driver knew what they were doing.
Yeah, it was full speed. That was like a serious operation.
Yeah.
So, so I think the Democrats, the tactics are just getting more extreme. You got this No Kings protest coming up, and these things are getting bigger and escalating.
Let's come back with that, because that's the big one. And then I want to talk about the Charlie Kirk thing, because, you know, I was just with Tucker. He says he doesn't know what the hell's going on.
10 minutes video, 15 minutes of
like, hey, I'm not going to say Israel did this out of the gate, but now I don't believe you.
Yeah.
So, you know, but I had to get more evidence. I don't just.
Dude, it took us 4 hours to get through that 1 hour interview, bro. 4 fucking hours. I've got a problem.
Fuentes in the studio. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Harrison.
I'm just here to milk the content for every drop, you know? When one of these collabs happens, I'm just gonna milk it for every single drop. Ugh. Oh, he's got gummies too. Sea moss. Yum. This vid was mostly fixing the chat. Okay, that was like 5 minutes. Okay, come on now. Come on. Oh, get your blue meth. Get your blue meth. Fresh mint flavor too. Next level foundational energy. Power plant. Methyl drive. Is more meth. Creatine. MK Ultra. Yeah, he's got this MK Ultra.
I just take a lot of you guys' stuff. I mean, because I love you and I want to support everything you guys are doing.
Why do leftists protest No Kings if they want full government control of everything? Well, for starters, do you expect them to be consistent on that? Do we expect leftists to be like ideologically consistent on that?
It's good, right? Absolutely, 100%. Yeah.
They think Trump is like a turbo fascist, and I don't even think these people know what a fascist is. They say he's a threat to democracy, and like, look, I just don't see that. You know, even like milk toast, whether you're talking to, and you could ask like a milk toast like normie Republican, or you could ask like the most far right dissident right winger, and they would both agree, yeah, Trump is not that guy. So, look, yeah, they may not want kings, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're against like authoritarianism, insofar as that authoritarianism aligns with their beliefs. They're just not consistent. They're not principled. Like, don't expect them to be consistent on that. You should talk during commercial break. Why am I pausing the commercial? What am I doing, dude? What am I doing? At least your content milking is more palatable than how Kino Casino does it. You watch Kino Casino in the Big 25? Use discount code MELLOW for blue meth. Imagine. But Trump is literally the Austrian painter. I mean, there's so many similarities. Like, they're both men who have both have hair, both leaders of the countries. So true. So you're so right. Yeah, they're both men. Huh? He's basically Hitler at that point. Like, they're both men. I mean, come on. He's like Hitler, you know? Pretty much. Hitler had a dog. Hassan is Hitler. Well, the difference is Hitler liked animals. Hitler liked animals. He got along with animals. So I guess in that sense, Hassan is worse than Hitler. I can't stand Kino Casino's voice. I don't watch Kino Casino. Okay. Oh, thanks for the follow. Yeah, dude. Dude, I never watched Kino Casino. No, like, not even... I don't even know all the lore, to be honest. That never appealed to me.
I've heard it from my friends where they're like, I'm not supposed to be tired all the time. I apparently just was lacking iodine. And it's like, you don't know if you're going to feel more energetic, if you're going to sleep better, if you're not going to have chills anymore. It's like people sort of go around thinking that that's the way their body is. But it's like, no, you're missing a key component. You're missing a vitamin, you're missing a mineral, and you don't even realize it until you start taking something from the Alex Jones store. So
Well, you should also get blood work done. That helps.
The Irish sea moss, and suddenly something that you thought was just the way your body is. Nope, turns out you can.
But I don't know if, like, you would have to, like, when you get, like, your blood work, make sure you, like, specify.
For yourself what effects these things will have. The Alex Jones.
Because I don't know, look, talk to your doctor, right? But I think usually that they'll pick up on any kind of deficiency. But definitely, like, ask if you're deficient in anything. Warski is the head host on Kino Casino. Yeah, right? Like, Bloodsports did a clip into borderline IP2 type shit. 2016 and 2018 was a fucking old heads. Where are the old heads at? Why are they selling me methylene blue for humans? I thought that's for fish. No, humans can take methylene blue. It's not for fish. Why don't you use it for fish?
Leading a frontal assault.
Some doctors prescribe methylene blue.
World order. It's Alex Jones.
Like, as far as I know, like, it's legit. Just don't take too much. You seen people use it for fish? I think Tyler Russell said he's taking methylene blue. You could ask him. I don't know, like, I did like a deep research on ChatGPT because I was curious. Yeah, and I think, like, depending on your body weight, what was it, like 1 to 2 milligrams, I think. So it you know, just make sure you're watching your dosage, but yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be harmful. They've done studies on it. It seems to have some positive results. I'm trying to remember from this deep research I did. Watched a few videos on it. Yeah, it seems pretty beneficial. Am I on the blue meth right now? Anybody? I'm not on blue meth. Anyway.
From the front lines of the information war, it's Alex Jones.
Fuentes with us for just another 20 minutes or so. He's got to go jump in a car and get to the airport and get out of here back to Chicago to do a show tonight.
Gets you fired up.
But
oh, it's only 20 more minutes.
Democrats with the Podesta plan and the Civil War plan.
The short segment.
They're now saying Civil War. They're now saying they're doing it. The last ingredient will be a false flag. We've got Pritzker saying, oh, once we get back in, you're all going to go to jail. Border Patrol, ICE doing a clearly constitutional job. This is terroristic activity. You've got Schumer saying aggressively, violently rise up. You've got Hakeem Jeffries doing it. This is their counter plan because their back's against the wall. You got the No Kings demonstration this weekend. I'm not saying that's when the false flag's going to happen, but we're in the zone for this right now. I want to play a brief clip of Pritzker. You're governor up in Illinois, and you live in Chicago, so you're uniquely positioned to talk about this. Here's just a small sampling of this very escalatory rhetoric.
I don't trust at all that the Trump administration is going to hold any of these people responsible. We will. We're going to call for accountability. And indeed, you know, the tables will turn someday. These people should recognize that maybe they're not going to get prosecuted
Dude, fuck
today,
this guy.
although we're looking at doing that.
Batman Pritzker.
But they may get prosecuted after the Trump administration for the things that they did because the statute of limitations won't help.
Real proof that Hassan is Hitler. He's Turkish, and Turkey helped Germany in World War I, so he's Hitler. True. I didn't even think about the Turkish connection. Yeah, you know, basically Hitler was like a Turk, you know? That's crazy. That's wild. Who would have thought? Hitler a Turk? Hassan, basically Austrian. Basically. Hassan is going to make dog shawarma? Fucking no. Isn't it crazy that's what canceled Hassan? The fact that he shocked his dog. And don't get me wrong, like, obviously I'm against that. but it's like not like his repeated calls for violence, his dog whistles, his general lack of empathy, the fact that he's a Marxist. Was Pritzker threatening here? The right-wing Republican Trump regime. Yeah, his comments on 9/11. Yeah, all that. It's like, hey, one thing people can't stand is animal abuse. That's like, hey, you can threaten violence. You can chop off your dick and balls. That's all cool. You can abort your baby. Throw that baby in the trash, right? But you better not be mean to your dog. Like, all that other shit is like totally permissible, but do not be mean to your dog. The little doggos, those puppers. Like, oh, that's what got him. Shit. Who would have thought? Mistreating animals is a classic sign of a scumbag. Yeah, I mean, look, it's giving psychopath. It's giving total lack of empathy. And yeah, I think Hassan is not an empathetic person. Yeah, true. Yeah, but but there's a genocide. Israel's committing a genocide, guys. What does that have to do with anything? Wait. What does that have to do with you and your dog? That's also pretty gross to hide behind a genocide. Guys, don't attack Hassan because he's exposing the genocide. I think a lot of people are exposing the genocide, actually. Just ridiculous. I'm threatened by Pritzker's blubber. It almost reaches his knees. Yeah, dude's just disgusting to look at, man. Look at him. He's just oozing. It's all spilling out. Like, how can you look at that in the mirror every day and not just hate yourself? How can you live like that, genuinely? It's just got to be difficult. Like, when you're carrying, like, 100 pounds more fat than you're supposed to, that's a lot of weight. His calves are probably fucking jacked. Psychopaths start with animals. It's not even a genocide by definition. Well, I think it's a genocide. I'm not a leftist by any means. I don't support what's going on. But and that's the thing. By saying it's a genocide, that doesn't make you a Marxist, I think there's an interesting agreement. There's sort of an interesting agreement between like these Marxist third worldist types like Hassan and a lot of like the dissident right wing. Like, both are critical of Israel, albeit for slightly different reasons. There's slightly like a lot of these like third worldists believe that like Israel is this neo-colonial state, which they are, but that it's like a form of like white supremacy. It's not. And they equate it to like American colonialism. They're like other European forms of colonialism. It's a completely different breed. Whereas like dissident right wingers just view it as clock it as Jewish supremacy because there's a distinction there. But and have a real problem with Israel controlling America and the West. Like that's where the distinction lies. Yeah. And it is a matter of the identity portion is very important. People get it wrong when they say like, oh, it's just a matter of, it's just the Zionists. It's like, well, it's a little bit deeper than that. It's not just the Zionists. It's because the problem doesn't end with just Zionism. So a lot of people aren't like fully red pilled on the situation when they say it's not like it's just the Zionists or Zionism. It's deeper than that. There's a lot more to it. Yeah, that's all I'll say at the moment.
So this is like saying if the feds, I've robbed a bank and the feds come with a warrant to arrest me, and then the governor of a state says, I'm going to arrest you for arresting someone, you have a warrant. They have warrants. They have the law. It's one of the few things the feds are supposed to do. They're doing it. They're outnumbered. They're getting shot at. They're getting killed. And then this guy gets up there and literally says, we're going to throw your ass in jail. I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah, it's totally unprecedented. And, you know, I don't think...
It's so tiresome, man. It's like someone like Pritzker, Fat Man JB Pritzker, you know, he's enabled this situation to begin with. Like, this is his problem that he's enabled in Illinois. And he won't use force. He won't use the police to police and solve the crime issue, solve the illegal immigration issue. But he will use it against the federal government, or at least he's threatening to, when they're actually trying to do what he should be doing. Like, it's just the most aggravating thing you've ever seen. They are willfully letting this happen. They have for a long time. And when somebody actually wants to do something about it, they say that this is fascism. Dude, we don't even have a country. It's just mind-boggling, man. Like, that's just like, and, you know, being a Chicagoan, I've watched as tangibly Chicago has gone straight down the fucking toilet over the last 20 or so years. It is like so fucking bad. By every metric, it's gotten worse. I don't know, man. I don't know how, like, people can just can just observe this and not just be totally outraged. But, you know, like I said, people keep voting for these people because they're not smart, and they allow themselves, you know, people get pandered to, admittedly. You know, a lot of Chicagoans, they just want the free shit that comes with a Democrat governor or mayor. So it's rough, dude.
It's insane to talk about civil war in this context, because for me, I was always skeptical that there would be any kind of civil conflict, because you would say, well, what are the sides? It doesn't seem that there's organized violence on two distinct sides. It doesn't seem like there's a contest of authority between two sides, because both sides respected the authority of the civilian leader of the military, of law enforcement, the supremacy of the federal government, etc. But what you have setting up right now is really a constitutional clash, where the federal government is coming in with National Guard, they're coming in with ICE, they're coming in with federal law enforcement, trying to enforce federal laws. The state government and even the city government, city of Chicago, are saying, we're going to arrest the federal law enforcement. We're not going to obey the federal laws. We have authority actually over the National Guard in our state. We ultimately have the authority.
Isn't it funny how it was like the opposite 4 years ago? Isn't it funny? Any governor that is taking an action or preventing the government from doing its job is a form of insurrection. Yeah, frankly, look, I hate to be this guy, but if the roles were reversed, you don't think that's kind of rhetoric we'd be hearing? I know that for a fact, because that's exactly what we heard 4 years ago. You saw like the amount of pressure that was being put on like a lot of these dissident red states, like especially when it came to like the COVID lockdowns and stuff. They would pull federal funding, like highway funding, which is like, it's crucial. No highway funding, it's like you can't maintain your highways. It's kind of a crucial part for commerce. A lot of money goes into is required from the federal government to maintain these programs. Don't have highways, dude. Like, how do you have an industry in your state if you're not maintaining your highways? So yeah, that's, again, and it just comes back to, I wish the Trump administration, I wish they were taking this more seriously. I don't know, man. I'm not particularly I don't have particularly high expectations.
And you understand that there's large percentages of the population on either side that are going to go with Trump or go with Pritzker. And it comes down on some level to the loyalty of the military. And that's kind of like a scary, unprecedented situation.
And let me back you up. That's another. All these clips, CNN, MSNBC, New York Times, Washington Post. It's time for the military to turn on Trump, which is a coup. Well, if he was like putting us in concentration camps and, you know, cutting the energy off, yeah, no, he's following the law that we elected him for. I mean, so yeah, so they're putting that talking point out.
Yes, and it's very clear that that is going to become a real clash where, let's say they deploy 200 National Guardsmen from Illinois to Texas. What if you have people that start to refuse? What if you have people in Chicago police that start to refuse the orders of the police captain? It's really coming down to, in a way that I've never seen in my lifetime,
a civil war where both sides pick a side.
Yes.
Inside families. And because the police in Chicago on the scanner, they're like, we're not going to help people that are being attacked. Really? And so I think you're going to see mainly military and police side with the good side.
I hope so. And I think that in Chicago, you will see that. But it's going to come down to the men with guns, the men with the guns and the badges. Who are they personally loyal to? What is their interpretation? Who do they believe actually wields the real authority? That's the definition of a constitutional crisis. It's a definition of a political crisis. I don't think people realize the peril we're in, least of all the Democrats who keep pushing.
Well, I agree. If you study history, the odds for them are 20 to 1. Now it'll be a carnage and destruction and hellish, but when I say 20 to 1, I'm being very liberal with that. 50 to 1, I don't see really any scenario where they don't end up being like an outlawed party. But I guess they're willing to have another civil war, and history repeats.
That's why, like, if this escalates, I hope Trump is serious. I hope he's serious in that if this provocation gives them the pretext that, required, that they would seize the opportunity. I would hope that Trump, or at least his administration, sees what they could gain from this. Like, seriously.
The Republican, and you've got all this stuff unfolding. The Democrats are doing it again.
Well, and the shock troops of the left, what I am worried about is going to be the rioters. I think that Trump needs to get serious and look at Brandon Johnson and J.B. Pritzker and say they're inciting insurrection by definition.
Yeah, that's what we were saying, right? That's what we were saying. The new ICE full body restraint wrap is made in my state in Walnut Creek. Only $268,000. Use discount code MELLOW. Use discount code MELLOW and get a free a free Mexican Coke with every order. Huh? It's like a $2 value right there. I just knocked over my fucking other empty Coke glass. Ah, shit. Look at all that clanging. I gotta move this shit. Yeah. Too many glasses here. Anyway.
What it is. Federal law enforcement is under attack. The detention centers are under attack. The vehicles are under attack. And they're calling on the police not only to stand down, but then they're turning around and inciting the protesters. You got aldermen, you got Democrat Party officials coming to the detention center, basically to stir up and incite the crowds.
The floor's all Mexican bottles. Yeah, you guys don't see what's going on. Nah, there's just a couple. It's like a bad concoction. I just have like 4 glasses here. Because I have my I just need to get that out of there. A little messy. Just right here, there's just 4 glasses that I knocked into.
Yeah, banging on
with
the
my
desk
water
and
bottle
breaking
too.
into the facilities, demanding that they see the people that are being
Don't
detained.
listen to enough Jordan
The
Peterson.
Democrats won't decry it when the buildings get shot up.
They won't.
No, he turned out to be a fraud. So I'm like, okay, well, everything he said was wrong all the time, 100%. So I just clean your room, son. No, I don't think I will. You work for Ben Shapiro. I don't think I will, actually. Yeah. Get that part of the literally. I don't take advice from shills. No, I think I'll live in my own filth. I think I'll live in my garbage den. No, it's not that bad. It's just a couple fucking bottles.
They encourage it.
Look at this AG candidate saying he wants to kill people by naming their kids, and then the governor candidate won't decry it.
Right, in Virginia. So
jump straight from step 1, step 88. Yeah, so true, King.
There's just no one on their side that is pumping the brakes. That's where Trump has to go in and get serious and start.
Well, who do the feds call under constitutional duty, and they're overwhelmed? The cavalry is the National Guard. They're the ones calling for it. People ask, why did you call the National Guard in Texas when they shot up an ICE facility and killed 2 people a few weeks ago? It's because the Dallas police are aiding them. They don't need that.
Yes. Yeah, so fortunately, I think you're right. When it comes down to the police and the National Guard and the military, I think ultimately they will have allegiance to the president. They'll have allegiance on some level to Trump. So I feel a little bit more secure, but it's not a good situation. We don't want to be talking about the political allegiance of the military. We want to have it very clear who has the constitutional authority to use force. So it's scary times. I don't like it. I wish both sides would take a step back, but Trump needs to step in and finish the job, in my opinion. I think that if Pritzker and Brandon Johnson will defy Trump, if Portland and other Newsom for that matter, if they're defying Trump, Trump needs to step in and show them that the federal government.
That's right. LA County's declared an emergency, says they're going to abscond with the illegals, pay their rent, pay their legal with citizens' money. This is open rebellion. When you're funding an outside invasion force, saying we're going to protect them, we're going to resist, calling yourself the Western Alliance right out of the Podesta plan, they've launched the Podesta plan, Nick. I mean, we're here.
We've arrived. And it's interesting because after Trump won the election in 24, I think a lot of people thought that maybe things would calm down. And certainly on our side, there was a sense of triumphalism. People said, okay, we won once and for all. Woke is defeated. And I think you and Bannon are 100% on the money. No, it's only going to get more intense. You don't understand. This is 10 years of Trumpism and the Democrats being defeated. They get more dangerous. With their back against the wall, they get more desperate, more...
Oh, that was exactly. All these people, oh, we're white-pilled, get the popcorn. I was like...
You know what's crazy, man? It's like, if they had just waited, like if they just wait out the 4 years, are they really going to deport all these people? At this point, with the rate of demographic change, if there is no reversal, like the base of the Republican Party will cease to exist in a few years. And I know they want to win now, but I think it just goes to show, and Nick said this earlier, like they're very predictable. I don't think, like liberals don't, in a certain sense, or at least maybe you could say leftists, but we'll just say Democrats. Let's just keep it general. I don't think they fully understand the score. I don't think they're fully in touch with reality. I think they struggle more with second and third order consequences. And I think, like, additionally, I think that's one of the reasons why they really struggle to classify and understand the right wing. They don't really understand a lot of the differences between, like, like Reagan era Republicans and like, like MAGA, like hardcore OG MAGA supporters, like 2016. Like pretty much everything to the right of like, Tim Pool. They don't really understand the nuance. They don't understand the differences. And that's why I think you see them classify any kind of like remotely right-wing person as a Nazi or fascist so more often than you would otherwise expect. I think that's because they genuinely struggle to understand. And so you'd think that by taking a more measured, tempered approach, that they could outlast this regime that is clearly not serious about implementing the Trumpenreich. And then in 4 years, when nothing really happened that Trump promised, then they could move in and seize the opportunity. Especially with what's going on abroad, with what's going on in Trump's foreign policy. Because, and he has to inherit this recession, this poor economy. It's not necessarily helping it, but it was probably going to happen regardless, whether it was Trump or Kamala. So if they had like pumped the brakes and not provoked the right wing, I think they would have been in a much better position. I think they could have held off, probably made some headway in the midterms, but certainly by 2028, it would probably be a much more competitive election. But that is to say, like the Democrats are in a bit of disarray. They don't really have a front runner. There's a lot of internal disagreement when it comes to the Democrats. I think part of that is due to a lot of the diversity that they've created. And without Trump, maybe then they don't have the proper foil. They ran on the party of not Trump for 3 elections now. Are they going to run on the party of not Nazis next? I think that rhetoric is tired. And I think they are in disarray. They're lacking a focus, a vision. they don't have a lot of motion right now, and maybe that really is why they're lashing out right now, because they are desperate, and they don't have the cooler heads are not really prevailing, I think, but we'll see. With redistricting, they can squeeze out another winning election in 2026. I mean, yeah. But again, with the changes in demographics, that will only favor the Democrats over time. So it is a losing battle for Republicans in that sense, especially for, right wingers. Like if you're like a white person, like you are becoming more and more of a minority. And so just by definition, the political reality is that any party would have to pander less and less and less to you. Just due to the nature of resources and numbers. What about that lady who was going to be prime minister of Japan? I bet her and Trump will get along fairly well. One, she's a woman. Two, she's like, I don't know, she might be controlled up. I didn't look too much into that though. She's pro-Zio, so she should get along with Trump. Yeah, I'm not particularly optimistic about that. That's why. So I hope there could be something good that comes from all of this. Like the ball's kind of in Trump's court right now. The fact that I think the Democrats are making this misplay by provoking Trump, it will really give him the necessary pretext that I think, you would hope he would be looking for to crack down on them. Because he has to remove a lot of these institutional figures, a lot of these people in power that have used their positions to undermine we'll just say American sovereignty in general, but certainly his authority, the interests of America and Americans, our national interests. You would hope that but I don't know, man. It's just like, he's just not the guy. But we'll see.
Do you have any idea what's about to go down?
Right.
And then I get being mad at Trump not having problems and issues and things that are wrong. My issue was you got to dance with the one that brung you. The Democrats want to set up a permanent police state tyranny,
yeah, like John Bolton,
and outlaw the Republican Party because it's now the most popular party. They're done. Lowest fundraising ever, lowest approval rating ever. They admit this. So all they've got now is totalitarianism. They're going to turn America into one giant Cuba or Venezuela. We cannot let that happen.
No, and don't get me wrong. I am with you 100% that Republicans administer the government better than Democrats. Trump has a better vision for America than the Democrats. My critique comes from, here's what I'm afraid of. I think that Trump is really barking up the wrong tree. He's putting ICE in Portland and Chicago, two of the most liberal cities. They're effectively daring the left to go and protest. The way that some of these ICE agents are taunting the protesters, the way they're posting hype edits of the deportations. I like that stuff in principle, but they're begging for the left to retaliate. And I hope that Trump is serious enough to see this through and follow through, because the next thing that's going to happen, mark my words, an ICE agent is going to get shot and killed. There's going to be an explosion. There's going to be left-wing terrorism.
Well, they're already shooting up their vans and killing the illegals instead of the agents. They're already trying to kill agents.
Yes, and my point is, because you're right, it's happening. They're attacking the vehicles. The sniper shot at them. They're going to succeed. Somewhere out there's a left-wing nut job that saw Crooks and Tyler Robinson, and they're planning the next anti-Republican, anti-ICE attack. And then it's going to be on Trump. What are you going to do? Are you going to bring down the effing hammer on Antifa? Are you going to bring down the hammer on the Democrats? Or through weakness, are you going to invite more of their
that's really the answer, because Pritzker's all arrest Trump. It's great. Put him in prison. Now, all these people, Letitia James, how dare you do this? You started it. You did it. So Trump's calling for the DOJ to indict Pritzker, but they're scared to do it because deputy head of the DOJ is a Democrat.
Right.
And so that's really the issue here is it all hinges on, and notice how Pritzker's even more arrogant now.
Is Nick wearing an Anchor Blue acid wash jean jacket? It looks like it, yeah. Okay, Milo, that's why we don't get rid of crap, whether the one in power is from the Democratic Party or Republican Party. Okay, that's why. Whether the one in power, Milo. Milo? I'm not sure what you're saying. It looks like Trump is going after Kotick, governor of Oregon. This will prevent Gavin Newsom / Podesta from forming the Western States Pact. Yes, Trump is begging for a confrontation in Portland. Yeah. And it would only work if he were serious. What I mean is that whoever governs America should not be from either party. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't necessarily care which party they come from. It's kind of like, who is the person that is leading the country? And it's like, you could make a reasonable bet that, when 90 whatever percent, 95, 99% of politicians from either party are corrupt, no good, or against our interests, that, yeah, it's probably not going to be good, but it's par for the course. But like, just because a politician comes from a party doesn't mean that's disqualifying. That's where you need to, like, it depends on who the politician is. Both party members exploit people for their own interests, and no one is solving America's problems. Yeah, that is true. That is true. And that's why, you kind of have to play the game a little bit. If, for example, Republicans want to win another election, they have to appeal to the base. They actually have to propose policy, but in particular personnel that will see through the policy, that will carry out the mission. That's what really matters. The people, the personnel. Then they'll never win another election unless they do that, unless they get the right people. It's not enough to just rely on rhetoric, which is what they do. They make promises, but there's no follow through. There's no actual tangible guarantee that if they win, they'll do what they say they'll try to do what they say they'll do. And that's what Trump did. There were people holding up signs, the GOP, and they know what the people want. They know what the base wants. That's why during the election cycle, people were holding up, they handed out signs at the RNC saying mass deportations, when there was no indication they were serious about carrying out mass deportations, because the donor class didn't want mass deportations. The billionaire class, of which, they rely on cheap labor, they didn't want to deport millions of people because that would hurt their stock portfolio. That would hurt their businesses that benefit from that. The American people want that, by and large. And so it creates this problem that Trump is beholden to his donor base. And this time around, when he's receiving millions, tens of millions from, like, almost $100 million from Miriam Adelson, he's getting, close to $300 million from Elon. Elon loves visa workers. He loves it. So that's why, like, if you're, being serious about the country, you have to engage in politics, and ideally you become a billionaire yourself and you can buy your own politicians and just play the game. Otherwise, it's somewhat unrealistic to expect them to listen to you if you have no leverage. It's like any negotiation. That's why the time to complain about shit was during the election cycle. It's a lot harder to put pressure on the GOP when they've already won the election. Trump is already in office. What kind of leverage can we really put on him? What kind of pressure can we put on him? He's not going to run for re-election. And then, mark my words, come midterms, in 2028, when the presidential election comes up, excuse me, they will start making a lot of the same promises. They will gin up a lot of the same rhetoric. But as long as it's the same people, you can't really expect change. Who is the most effective politician you can think of? I don't know. I mean, like, define effective. Like effective in our case, or like at getting shit done regardless of whether that's in our interests. Maybe like, this might be but maybe like, as far as like textbook like maybe like Hillary Clinton or something. You know, she's just like totally fucking ruthless and evil. It's kind of crazy. She just like kills people and gets away with it and laughs about it. You know what I'm saying? Like she just kills all of her enemies and her aides and just laughs about it. That's kind of Chad. If that's what you meant by that, I'd argue it's Ron DeSantis. I would concede he is a good governor. I think he's an effective governor. I don't think he will be an effective like national leader. I don't think he could lead the country. I think he's small fry. But you know, he's pro-Zionist. He has his anti-Semitism laws and all that. You know, his wife is Jewish, super pro-Israel. So it's no longer even about what you will do to solve America problems. Americans are now fighting among themselves to see which party will win the rule. It's a little bit more than that. I mean, look, there's clearly a divide in the country. Like, I know it's not just like the left-right dichotomy, but it's still a dichotomy that I think exists. And you see it. It's real. That's why you have to take your own side. I'm not fighting for the GOP. I'm fighting for myself. I'm fighting for my interests and the interests of my fellow American patriots. So they will try to play the lesser of two evils. Both sides will play the lesser of two evils. Hey, we're not perfect, but we're better than our opponent. Okay, we'll do better then. Actually do better and do more for me. And then you'll win my vote. You think Trump is the most effective politician? In a sense, yeah. In a certain way, sure. Because he had this triumphant comeback. He really was an outsider, at least ostensibly, for this political machine. The story, it certainly makes him seem like a political outsider. Maybe in reality it's not quite the case, but it is a remarkable story nonetheless. Hillary was bad when she was younger. She could get no, she was pretty bad, not gonna lie. Like, damn, you're an evil bitch, but you know. Trump says America first, but he doesn't really care about you as much as he cares about Israel. Yeah, Razor, yeah. I mean, like, we're all red-pilled here, you know. We all agree with that rhetoric.
You arrest illegal aliens doing your job, we'll put you in prison. I mean, that is outrageous.
They're totally emboldened. And that's my fear, is that Trump needs to come in with overwhelming force and remove hope from the equation and say, you think you're going to go up against the federal government and federal law enforcement? You're done. You're going to jail. Forget about 200 DHS, National Guard.
Dude, put Pritzker and Mayor Johnson in fucking prison forever. Put them in Gitmo. Put them in some place for being, just put them in fucking prison for insurrection. Seriously. And for what they've done to Illinois and Chicago. That would be ideal. Like, it's just total anarcho-tyranny, man. Like, criminals are just running around freely. They're not enforcing the law, so what are they there for? If you're not serving the interests of the American people. It's unbelievable.
Whatever. They need to crush this insurrection, because the longer that they don't, the more emboldened that the Democrat leadership will get, Antifa, the radical left, the more emboldened they will get as time goes on, and they'll keep pushing.
Well, that's right. 200 troops to Memphis, 200 to Portland, 400 to Chicago is nothing. I mean, seriously, people go, oh, you're the anti-police state guy. Why are you for it?
I don't interfere in who rules America, and I don't care, but America interferes in other countries because you're not American. Yeah, look, and which country were you from again? I remember you said, but I'll be honest. Frankly, if you're not like China or like Russia, then you're Saudi Arabian. Oh, okay. Like, what are you talking about then? You're fucking Saudi Arabia. You're talking about interfering with other countries. You're talking about interfering with other countries. You're Saudi Arabian, man. I hate to break it to you, but you're also in the pocket of Israel. You know, you're kind of, you know. But look, if it's not America influencing other countries, it will be another country. It will be China. It will be Russia. It's not so much the problem is America as a country, but the regime that is running America and using America as a vessel. That's the bigger problem. Because there will always be empires. There will always be countries that are more powerful than other countries. It is what it is. And when you're more powerful than other countries, then you're going to get the lion's share. It's just that simple. So if it's not America, it would be some other country. The problem is that's not an endorsement of everything like the regime has done, of course. It's on a lot of things I don't agree with from the perspective of my interests as an American, but also from a moral perspective. And I think some kind of change of leadership would not benefit not just people like you and people around the world, but also people like me. So there is some overlap there. Yeah, it's the same here in the Bay Area. Before COVID, I would see cops pulling people over all the time. Now it's very rarely. I see someone being pulled over. Cops don't want to go to court. Yeah, real, man. Don't want to be the next, you don't want another George Floyd event. What was the name of that cop? Derek Chauvin. You don't want to be the next Derek Chauvin. I was saying that the Americans say about what is happening, but America interferes in the politics of other countries, and that's what I hate. Well, I hate to break it to you, but every country is trying to interfere with the politics of other countries. It's just America is better at it because we have more money and power. Again, that doesn't mean I support everything like these people are doing, but make no mistake, it's like Saudi Arabia does the same thing. Obviously, Israel does the same thing. Russia does the same thing. China does the same thing. Like every country, if given the opportunity, would interfere with other countries' politics in the same way America does. That's politics 101. Again, that doesn't mean I think we should regime. That's not an endorsement of everything America's done. I think we have caused a lot of problems. These neocons, whatever you want to call them, in our government that are making these decisions. But on principle, just the act of like interference, that is never going to change. And today it might be America, tomorrow it'll be China. Tomorrow it'll be India. Tomorrow it'll be, Russia or Iran or Israel. Actually, Israel will be a bigger problem for you in the coming years. I know you had the Abraham Accords. You have, normalization with Israel. But, if Iran gets toppled, Saudi Arabia will effectively be Israel's uncontested bitch. So, hey, it is what it is. Send Pritzker and Newsom to Eswatini, Africa with Gilmore Garcia. A lot of people just need to go to prison for a very long time. Well, America imposes its opinion on that and imposes any sanctions because it can. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, and I don't think that's the best way to do shit. Because, like, America, ideally we get along with other countries. There was this big thrust with neoconservatism, with this sort of neoliberalism that wanted to turn every country into a liberal democracy because they genuinely believe that it would create greater stability. But that's just obviously not the case, because a lot of people don't care for liberalism or democracy. A lot of people can't understand liberalism or democracy. And it sort of presupposes more conflict to achieve liberal democracy, because you have to overthrow regimes to install liberal democracies in the first place, to then somehow get world peace. That doesn't make any sense. It's this contradiction. So, I mean, look, we have similar problems with the same people. Can you find me a Saudi woman with a big ass? Kumquat loves the Saudi women. He loves the Arabs. Have you seen what happens to TOS Korean politicians after their term is up? No, I'm not sure what you're referring to. Anyway. Yeah, but that's sort of like the whole reality is empires exist, empires rise and fall. It's there will always be big fish and there will always be little fish. And the little fish will complain when stuff happens to them by the big fish, but then it's like, hey, just get strong and powerful, little bro. You know? I mean, besides, look, Saudi Arabia is a wealthy country, got a lot of oil money. China can live with American sanctions because they already have industrial strength and cheap labor, so America can't do anything. So it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, it hurts them. They would rather not have sanctions, but they've built up their economy, their industry in such a way where they can survive the sanctions. Russia too, as well. Except that, you know, Ukraine, NATO, America, really, we've been bombing their oil refineries. So we're targeting their economy. Where we're trying to inflict as much economic damage as possible. So, but it'll be interesting. Like, let's say in 15 years, 20 years from now, let's say America declines in power, there'll be a new hegemon. It'll probably be China. And you'll likely see new wars rise up, and people will likely have similar criticisms to China or whichever country that increases in relative power they have on America. You know, I wish things were different, but you know, in a certain sense, that's always going to be the case. There will always be conflict to a certain degree. You're not going to chill. You're going to colonize. That's crazy. Every former president of South Korea went to prison for corruption. Oh, I see what you're saying. Was it really every single one? I don't know much at all about South Korean politics. Inshallah. North Korea doesn't need the US. Yeah, I mean, North Korea, unironically, might be the freest country in the world. As far as like foreign interference goes. You know, they've survived total like blackout from the rest of the world, except for like, you know, Russia and China. But that's just kind of funny to me. Anyway,
it's constitutional. It was the military and police gave me the documents 30 years ago, 25 years ago, where they were being trained. I was given the videos to literally confiscate guns, lock down cities, take over the capitals, arrest governors. That's martial law. If Trump was just...
Well, Saudi Arabia wants its own interests because if we're not strong, a situation will be like Ukraine war negotiating with America about delivering resources. That's why you guys cucked to Israel. Like, make no mistake, you guys 100% cucked to Israel. You're a part of all of this. Like, your government is just as complicit, like, for example, with what's going on in Gaza as America is. In fact, you benefit from that. So, like, yeah, it's not just America, man. It's like Saudi Arabia, you know, committing war crimes of its own. So, I think more U.S. politicians should probably be in prison as well. Oh, yeah, 100%. 100%. No, I mean, yeah, look, don't get me wrong. Yeah, we've got a problem here in America. And our politicians. A lot of politicians should be in jail forever. But it is not exclusive to America whatsoever. It's just America is the biggest dog. So. Like, I don't think the world would be better if it were run by India, for example. Like, if India were as powerful as America, I actually think the world would be a lot worse. As bad as, like, the American politicians and the elite are in a lot of ways, I do think there are worse alternatives. Saudi Arabia is getting into bed with a snake. The Great Israel Project includes parts of Saudi Arabia. Yeah, look, Israel wants to be the uncontested force in the region. As long as Saudi Arabia is a wealthy, powerful country, they will pose a threat to Israel. So right now, ties, relations with Israel and Saudi Arabia might be somewhat normalized, but that could rapidly change. And that would especially change if, for instance, Iran is no longer in the picture. So I don't like interfering in the politics of other countries, but in this world, if you don't have any cards to negotiate and apply pressure, you'll be the victim in this world we live in. No, and that's the right way. I mean, yeah, that's just correct. I mean, it's like, look, everybody is influencing everyone else because it's like a business deal. At some level, you go to another country, let's make a deal. I want your oil, and we've got military hardware. Let's make a trade here. Let's make something happen. Sometimes there's, a good level of, you could be cooperative. But sometimes it dips into an area where it can become parasitic or hostile. America is being ripped apart by foreigners, by foreign interests, foreign money. That's a big part of the problem. Like, that's one of the reasons why you see America acting the way that it does. It's like, Americans don't want to go to war in the Middle East. We don't want to bomb Iran. We don't want to have anything to do with what's going on in Gaza. But it's not really, your average American doesn't control the levers of power. And the interests that control our government, that's what they're interested in. It is the pro-Israel. They're just, they're foreigners. They're not really American patriots. And they don't share our values. And ultimately, they don't really care if America goes down with the ship. They don't care if if the American reputation is tanked in pursuing these goals for Israel, for instance, because they're not American. They don't care about America. So it's like they're walking out the door and they're turning the lights off on their way out. They are cool if America sinks, as long as America is useful to their personal interests. They're not nationalists. Alex looking like grab it. He's going for it. Well, there is no Saudi embassy in Israel, and there's no Israeli embassy in Saudi Arabia. Even if we are not at war with them, we're not. But no. Just look at the deal Jared Kushner, the Abraham Accords, that normalized relations with Saudi Arabia and Israel. And Israel had although I think Israel was behind 9/11, Saudi Arabia absolutely played a part in that. They want to get rich by normalizing relations too. They don't want to be sanctioned like the rest of the Muslim world, because look at all the countries that have done business with America. They're far more prosperous than the countries that are sanctioned. And Israel was a clear vessel to achieve that. As I predicted, Nick's show just finished, and we haven't finished this interview. Wait, his show? What do you mean his show finished? Oh, no. No, he's going live in an hour. Yeah, Nick said 25 minutes ago he's going live in like an hour. So probably like an hour and a half, 2 hours. So expect a midnight show. But there's only like 10 minutes left on this anyway.
Planning a sneak attack on America and was going to I would be against him. No, this is the left stirring up the insurrection, saying it's their plan, and then Trump thinks he's going to send a Band-Aid in there, and then thinking, oh, well, when they shoot our ICE people, they'll look bad. No, they're going to false flag the illegal aliens. That is the next thing.
Well, in the insurrection is you got 10 million illegals here. So they broke the law. That's an invading army. You try to deport them, and then you get left-wing terrorists shooting at law enforcement. You try to arrest those people. Then you get the Democratic governor saying, we're going to arrest the people arresting them. So, because...
Well, I say we are not partners with them because the condition for establishing relations between us is the creation of a state of Palestine, and Israel does not want that. Well, yeah, I mean, look, like it's more complicated than just like a pure partnership. But, Saudi Arabia doesn't want to take a hard stance on it because they don't want to get bombed. They don't want to get bombed. They don't want to get sanctioned. A lot of the Saudi Arabian people feel much more affinity towards the Palestinians. But also, look, and you being Saudi Arabian, you probably understand this to some degree. I mean, there is tribalism among the different Arab peoples. There is this sort of sentiment that, and I was hoping that there would be more of this, like, alliance. Like they called it the axis of resistance is what they were calling it when October 7th kicked off. Between Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, the Houthis, just like in general, the Muslim world would sort of galvanize and stand up to Israel, but that hasn't really happened. And one by one, Israel's been able to just bomb all these other countries. And you would think there would have been some kind of coordinated effort between these Muslim groups to punish Israel for that, but that never happened. And what that allowed Israel to do was dictate when and where the fighting occurred every single time. They were always on the offensive. They were never on the defensive. They start the fight in Gaza. They put on a momentary ceasefire. Then they shift to Lebanon. Next thing you know, that receives a temporary ceasefire with Hezbollah, and then they look over into Syria. They start bombing Syria, and it's like they're just like it's like a clock. It's like a Ferris wheel. It's like this front closes momentarily and another front opens, and there was never really this kind of like coordinated effort among these different Muslim groups to go on the offensive and to attack Israel, to force some kind of peace deal in Gaza, to sort of restrain them in any kind of way, because now Israel is stronger than ever in the region. Most of their adversaries are completely destroyed. And now the only real force that's keeping Israel in check is Iran. They want a war with Iran. They want America to go to war with Iran. And they've bought off all of our politicians. There are a lot of dual loyalist pro-Israel Jews in our government that distinctly want a war against Iran because it'll benefit Israel. And, the rest of the Muslim world is just kind of watching it happen. Billie Eilish, Eminem. Israel as attack dog also benefits USA because so they can sustain petrodollar status in the Middle East. Israel as attack dog also. There's the whole there's the BRICS angle too. Oil is important. And they don't necessarily want this alliance between like Russia as a chief competitor for energy in particular, allied with Iran, and they want to pull Saudi Arabia more into our sphere of influence so we can have more control over energy. So there's that angle too. But ultimately, the Saudi Arabian leadership is looking at this conflict and saying, maybe if we don't get involved, we won't get sanctioned, we can fly under the radar, our economy will continue to be prosperous. But what it will likely mean is that this is the freeze frame, this is pretty disgusting. But what that will likely mean is that Saudi Arabia will be beholden to Israel in the near future if things continue on this trajectory. Israel will just own the region. So I do not evade any responsibility or anything else. I do not agree with the occupation of Palestine, and I will not say that Israel is legitimate. And this is the case in Saudi Arabia. But the reason for our division is that there are non-Arab people who want that. Who want what exactly? Non-Arab people who want Israel to be legitimate? Well, also keep in mind that, it's a different population, Palestinians are not, there's obviously Arab admixture there, but, they're Levantine. They're not, it's a different tribe. But, I would say overall, obviously, in the Muslim world, the people are against Israel. They sympathize with Palestine. But it doesn't quite seem to matter, at least not enough, because despite the public support, Israel is still doing what they're doing. And Egypt and Jordan are paid off by American foreign aid. And they really don't want a dog in that hunt either. They don't want to get bombed either. But it's one of those things where it's like, if there was an alliance, if there was a unification between the Muslim world, it might be a different situation. But clearly the Israelis ran the numbers and said, yeah, there really is not enough of an affinity between these different countries and these different people that would really prevent them from, that would really give them pause about blowing up Gaza. Because the Arab world, the Muslim world, the Middle East has always been segmented in that way for a long time. It's just like, I don't know, it's a different mindset, I suppose. Unfortunately, Saudi Arabia and Iran hate each other more than Israel. Now Israel will pick them off separately. Yeah, like Israel has totally exploited the rifts between these different groups, between these different, even just the different sects of Islam, and have played into that. They've used it to their advantage. They're very, credit where credit's due. They've thought this through very much. They understand the landscape. They understand what they can get away with. Clearly, there was really no love lost among the Saudis when the Syrian regime was toppled. So Saudi Arabia was headed to normalization before October 7th without a two-state solution. Yeah. Now it's like the Saudi leadership want normalization with Israel, but the people don't. And that's created a bit of a political issue for them. But they very much want a normal relationship with Israel so they can make more money. Well, the reason for that is that Israel has been spreading that discord for years, and that there are Arabs working with them to create division, which makes us weak. Israel's not strong in the first place. What kind of strength allows you to triumph over an innocent, defenseless people? Well, I think they are strong. Maybe not in terms of raw numbers, but in terms of money, influence. Look, they own America, and America is the most powerful country in the world. So they are strong. It's wrong what they're doing, of course. And yes, they have been sowing discontent and discord among the different Muslim peoples for some time. I mean, look, they've got assets all over the place. America's not the only country they've infiltrated. They're all over the Saudi government. And it's like every week they're executing Israeli spies in Iran. So it's reason to believe that they also have spies in the Iranian government too. They had infiltrated Hamas head to toe, Hezbollah as well. What they do. But with that being said, these schisms, these rifts already existed in the Muslim world. They just capitalized off of it. They just cranked it up. They just exploited those rifts. That's what they do. They find the path of least resistance. They find the best route that they can take. And they will pit competing parties against each other to come out on top. And in a certain sense, that's like politics 101, instigating. And then that's one reason why, look, I'm not Muslim. I don't support Islam. I'm Catholic. And I don't want the West to become Muslim whatsoever. But that's one of the reasons why they're trying to get Westerners to hate Muslims more. They want Westerners, Europeans, Christians, to hate Muslims and Middle Easterners more than the Israeli Jews, right? They want there to be more, for there to be more animosity against the Muslims, the Arab or Middle Eastern Muslims, than there are for the Israeli Jews. So at the very least, they want Americans and Westerners to be indifferent to what's going on in that region right now. Because people are starting to realize, look, Judaism hates Christianity way more than Islam does. There's actually more in common between Christianity and Islam than, I think, Christianity and Judaism. And the West, America, had good relations with the Middle East, with the Muslim world before Israel existed. And so there's a world where if we can sequester this fifth column that controls America, if we can regain sovereignty over America, over the West, then relations could, I would say, immediately get better. And a lot of the violence, a lot of the warfare you're seeing, I think will diminish. because it's not in the interests of America or Americans that we're engaged in these wars in the Middle East, and really never has been. We have not seen any meaningful, tangible benefit from these wars, at least not certainly enough to put a dent in the costs that these wars have had on us. Throw a rock at their board and see how strong they are. Yeah. Yeah, look, they're not. Israel's not a weak country. Their power in America, as it is one of that gives them weapons. If that is cut off, you think Israel will have sovereignty? What, sovereignty over themselves, or do you think over the region? You're saying, look, right now they're totally dependent on America. If that gets cut off, if America says we're not sending anything to Israel anymore, Israel would be in big trouble. Big trouble. That's why they're trying to get this done now, while they still have influence in America. But everyone in America is starting to get wise to Israel. And so they're trying to, push this out the door. They're trying to topple Iran. And then they want Americans to stop giving a shit about the region and to stop thinking about Israel. But the problem is deeper than just Israel. The problem is deeper than just Zionism. Because it's not like you just have, it's not just AIPAC. It's deeper than that. There's more to it. This is your personal opinion, but we all agree that Israel's the problem in the world. Yeah, look, the entire world is against Israel. America, the Americans, the American people, at this point, I would argue, are mostly against Israel. People are waking up to what's going on. And so that's why, they're on the clock. They are trying to accomplish their goals within the next couple of years because they won't be able to in the future. They want to own the region. They want to be the bridge that connects the three continents, Africa, Asia, and Europe. It's incredibly valuable trade territory. They want it. Whether it's the Suez Canal or they make a new canal, they want to control the trade. And they'll become a very, very wealthy nation if they do. But Iran is in the way. Iran is contesting them. And as of right now, relations with Saudi Arabia have been somewhat normalized, but nobody is safe. None of these countries are safe. And if Iran is gone, Saudi Arabia, they're in the crosshairs. And same thing with Egypt and Jordan. Once these other loci of power are dismantled, then Israel's a lot safer because it's harder for the Arab world to unite in any meaningful way against them. It's like you're now on an island. So, King Faisal was the last smart king of Saudi Arabia. He tried to warn the U.S., but he wasn't. But he was talking to a Rockefeller. Yeah, now Saudi Arabia, you guys are probably cooked. Things might be good now, but we'll see where you guys are at in 5 to 10 years. For this reason, I find it foolish to describe October 7th as a cause because it's been happening for 77 years. How dare they describe October 7th as a cause? And look, to be honest, depending on how red-pilled you are, it goes longer. It goes back longer than that. Bibi is officially a war criminal, but Bibi controls Trump. The European allies are recognizing Palestine as an independent state. It means nothing while U.S. is under Zog. Yeah, as long as America is occupied, as long as America is the reigning hegemon of the region, it doesn't matter that much how much these countries condemn Netanyahu and Israel. And because that's power politics. These countries can't go against Israel in a meaningful way when America has all the guns and all the leverage. It is what it is. But that's why if this really truly becomes a wedge issue in America in the upcoming elections, that could totally change. And that's why Bibi's so dead set on accomplishing this, because he probably won't be able to in 4 years. And certainly not in 10. So, I don't know, man. And that's why, like, as unpopular as Israel is becoming, if they're in a position where it doesn't matter, where they have the cards, they own the territory, all these other regimes are toppled, so there's no competition, and puppet states are installed, or they just remain segmented, like shattered into 1,000 pieces, like what they're trying to do with Syria, then it doesn't matter because no meaningful resistance can be mounted because everyone is against each other. Everyone that would resist Israel is at war with one another. So, well, October 7th made the world understand why we hate Israel. Yeah, it's on full display and people are waking up to it. But, yeah, we'll see what happens.
I get the same thing. People say, oh, well, what about Palantir and what about Trump? And it's like, we're at war with these people. They are the invasion. This is a legitimate insurrection. It's a legitimate use of law enforcement and the military to put this down. And my fear is that Trump is barking up the wrong tree, because I don't believe that he and his administration are solid enough to follow through and do what is necessary.
Well, exactly. And I owe it to listeners to give them a sophisticated answer of what I really think. I'm not defending Palantir. It's all part of the same AI control grid surveillance thing. 90% of it is Microsoft, and Oracle is the big one. And Amazon that delivers packages. No, most of its business is surveillance and the grid, the Pentagon. But even under the system, the bureaucrats trying to blind Trump using it. Like take Denver a few months ago. The feds paid for license plate reading scanners decades ago. They use it for everything. The city blinded it for the feds so they couldn't use it. So you can have a debate about license plate reading stuff. Obviously, Pandora's box, it always leads somewhere bad. The point is it's there for us, but when they're going to use it on MS-13 or, TDA, oh, now you can't. And that's why they're so pissed at Palantir, is that Trump's bringing it in and actually now using it on the left, which I get. It's a weapon. The point is that's why it's all over the New York Times how bad Palantir is, only because now something's being used on them. That's why it's all got to be dismantled. But the barn door is already open here, Nick. So that's the point I get at.
Yeah, and on some level, I agree with that in the sense that, look, I don't want there to be a civil war. I don't want there to be this expansion of the executive branch and the federal government and all the rest under this administration. But what is the alternative? You see that the other side, the radical left, they want us dead. And after Charlie Kirk got shot, I tell this to my viewers, and, maybe we could get into that, but whatever you think about who killed Charlie Kirk.
Well, if you move your flight, you can host the whole show.
I wish. Yeah, it'd be fun. But then I can't fly first class. I told you.
Yeah.
Being coached with
incredible.
I'm being coached with Antifa and BLM on Southwest.
No, makes sense. It'd be too dangerous.
Yeah. So, especially these days.
True.
But as far as Charlie Kirk is concerned, whoever pulled the trigger, it was the left that celebrated. So people could
that's what I said. They were saying kill him, then he gets killed and they celebrate. And I'm just like, okay, looks like we had another tranny attack 2 weeks before. Exactly.
When somebody tells me that October 7th is the reason for that, I either think this person is brainless or so cowardly they can't say it. Or they're Jewish, or they're Jewish, or they are Jewish. The crucifixion made the world understand who we are dealing with. This was our paradigm until the Holocaust became the new religion. Yeah. That's why, look, Razor, you gotta become Christian, man. You gotta become Catholic. We've, Protestantism is a problem. Gotta become Catholic. Yep. But we've known, like, this is not like this goes back before October 7th, before the Nakba, before World War II. This has been going on for more than 2,000 years, but really around 2,000 years. So don't worship a cube. Join the winning team. Join the right team. God died for you to set the example and to give you a path to redemption. He said, okay, everybody, this is how you should live your life. And I will die for you. That's my God. My God loves me so much, loves all of us so much, he's willing to die for you. Indeed, the Bible incites the Zionists that they can kill anyone who is not chosen. wait, the Bible incites the Zionists that they can kill anyone who is not chosen. Well, no, they just use that as, because look, Jesus said the temple, you know, the synagogue of Satan. And he condemned the behavior of the Jews that were disavowing Christ and that killed him. You know, the Bible, if anything, was a source of anti-Semitism. The Catholic Church is a source of, the greatest source, you could say, of criticism of Jewish behavior and Jewish beliefs, which is the crux of Israel and Zionism. So that's why the Jews hate Catholicism way more than they hate Islam, and it's not even close. They tolerate Islam, but they hate Catholicism. If they could destroy any religion on the planet, they would destroy Catholicism, because Catholicism has been, over the majority of the last 2,000 years, the biggest op to Jewish ascendancy that has enabled the situation that we're in today. So, Zionist Holy Book tells them that they can be cleansed of sins after committing any crime. What is that? Well, it's not the Bible. Look, the Jews don't believe in the Bible. They don't like the Bible. Maybe evangelicals, but they twist what the Bible means. They twist the Bible. They're somewhat illiterate. Jews, they in practice, they follow the teachings of the Talmud, which is far different. They hate Christianity. It's not the Bible itself, it's Zionist beliefs. Right, and Zionism comes from Judaism. And so you have to look at the Jewish faith. And the Jewish faith is very anti-Christian. In particular, when we talk about, like, what is the Jewish faith in the Big 25? It's a complete rejection of Christianity, a complete rejection of Christ. And so it kind of follows that. Look, and even in Islam, Muslims revere Jesus Christ as the final prophet. They hate Jesus Christ. They think Jesus Christ is burning in a vat of excrement. They disavow everything Jesus Christ said and did. And so they go against his teachings. Jesus says, hey, love thy neighbor. Jews don't believe in that. They hate the Gentiles. They hate the Goyim. So they use the Talmud, and they believe that all the non-Jews exist on the planet to serve the Jews, according to the Talmudic teachings, which is, it's the verbal Torah. It's this oral tradition that's passed down, and some of it is compiled, but a lot of it is just verbal. And so if you listen to these rabbis and what they say, they absolutely detest Christianity. They spit on Christ. They do not have this anywhere near the same resentment towards Islam. And they'll lie. They'll lie all the time. They lie about Christianity. They'll sow dissent among Christians because it benefits them. So they try to convince Christians that actually they should be pro-Israel and not anti-Israel. And it's been effective to a certain degree, but particularly on Protestants, which is a different denomination of Christianity from Catholicism. Jesus in Islam is a prophet, and I cannot insult any prophet. Yeah, Jesus is the Son of God, and Jesus is God. And then this is where, this is why it's like, look, Muslims and Christians, look, we have our disagreements, clearly. But at least you guys, at least Muslims don't hate God. At least Muslims don't think that God is burning in hell in a vat of shit and other excrement. That's, I think clearly we have more in common than Jews and Christians, frankly. Yeah, but Jesus Christ is God. He's God. He rose from the dead. He defeated death. But, yeah. Hey, they only spat on Brandon Tatum's pastor once. Easy on the anti-Semitism. Yeah, real. Yeah, all the Christians that they spit on in. Yeah, do they spit on Muslims in Jerusalem? I don't think they have that same reputation, but they do spit on Christians. Anyway.
And it is.
I don't want to get into the whole theology debate again, because that always gets bogged down. But yeah.
Indicates, because a lot of people want to say, well, it's a foreign regime that killed Charlie Kirk, it's Israel, it's this one, that one. That may be true, and let's look at that independently. At the same time, whoever killed him,
everybody knows, you and me. If we see evidence of Israel, we'll light their ass up right now.
100%, certainly, and there's some evidence that you could show.
Yeah,
for
there
that.
wasn't the first day. Now it's mounting that they're starting to be a little bit of
There's some things coming out, but it doesn't take away from the fact that the left saw Charlie Kirk get shot, and the guy's a moderate. I mean, the guy was not a radical. He was not an extremist. He was a mainstream conservative. Like, he was pro Students for Trump. Like, he led the.
Of course, I will not kill you or attack you just because you're a Christian. That is not what your religion commands me. It only says to fight those who fight you. Well, maybe that's true for you, but there are a lot of Muslims that disagree with you. And I'm not going to pretend like Christians and Muslims have had a great history. But certainly, I think we can find a way to not kill each other. But I don't particularly want Muslims living in Christian countries. I don't want to test that theory. I don't want to test, I believe you when you say that, but I don't want to test that on a grand scale, No, I'm a hippie. Dude, I just said I don't believe that. I don't necessarily believe that that's true. What do you want from me, Kumquat? What do you want from me? What do you want from me? I look at a lot of these Muslims and what they're doing in like Europe, for example, and I very much disapprove. I don't like how they're desecrating churches, in some instances burning them down. I don't like the 5 a.m. calls to prayer. And that's even happening in like Japan. I'm not Muslim. I don't want Islam to spread. That being said, I don't want to kill Muslims. I don't want any of that. I'd like us to find some kind of like, peaceful agreement. But I want the world to be Christian. Do all Muslim wars follow this principle? You can only kill the warriors. Well, no, I mean, look, I just see a lot of Muslim behavior in the West, and I'm not really a fan of it. I don't like, like these Muslims in like New York City, for example. Just not a fan. I'm not a fan of how they're like trying to, they're always doing the spiel. They're always trying to convert people. I don't want that. I don't want that in America. One thing if it's happening in the Middle East, if it's happening in Saudi Arabia, or any of these other countries that are Muslim. And frankly, I would prefer it if the world were Christian. But we have to prioritize. We have to pick our struggles here. And I think we have a more pressing matter than like friction with Muslims in America, at least. And that's what is enabling that. What is enabling like Muslim immigration into the West, and that's the Jewish stranglehold. These Jewish immigration groups like Hayas and the pro-immigration lobbyists and politicians. Tommy Robinson putting them on blast. If someone this is not the Islam issue, this is personal. I'm going to send my next paycheck to Israel unless you confess right now that Christ is king. Yeah, true. There's extremism in Christianity as well, like the Crusades. Wasn't that terrible? No, the Crusades were fucking awesome. The Crusades were awesome, dude. The Crusades were justified. Muslims went for around 400 years were conquering Christian lands and killing Christians and forcing them to convert and selling them into slavery. All throughout the Levant, Southeastern Europe, North Africa, and most of Spain were conquered by Muslims. So the Crusades were awesome. Yeah, I love the Crusades. But what do you expect? Look, I'm Catholic. Would you say that jihads were good? Would you say that jihads around the same time were good? you know, that, and of course, I guess I have to say, you know, not everything the Crusaders did was cool. But no, I support the retaking of Christian lands for Christianity. But that's, you know, look, that's war. And that was, you know, like 800 years ago, 1,000 to 700 years ago. So.
Republican Party. He got shot in the neck, and you had maybe 100,000 left-wingers in the country that said he forfeited his life because his views were too extreme. And so, you know, I got a lot of flack for saying this, but I said the left, they really need to be critical. They need to be fired from their jobs. This is a
psychotic cult. And then they said, oh, that's a minority. No, now you have the governor candidate in the lead, not decrying, people saying kill members of the legislature in Virginia's family. And
it goes without saying, I obviously prefer peaceful resolutions first and foremost. You know, I'm not a warmonger. I don't think war should be the first option that we go to. I think it should be one of the last, like on the latter half of what our options are. So I'm not against war entirely. I think there are justified wars. You know what jihad means? Jihad does not mean you have to kill the innocent. It means liberating your homeland from the enemy. Well, that's what we viewed the Crusades as, so. It means struggle. Yeah, and the problem with you, so focus on the physical struggle. Yeah, just chill. Just chill.
Their kids. You have the AG saying he's going to kill people's kids when he's AG. He's going to murder.
Like I said, I don't hate Muslims. I don't hate anybody. It's just kind of, you know, and it's not even like this kind of conflict is exclusive to Muslims and Christians. It's like, look, you know, pagans and Christians had wars. Shit, I mean, Muslims and Hindus had conflict. You know, it's like that. The kind of it's almost like dissimilar people and even dissimilar religions are bound to have conflict. That's just the name of the game. But the difference is, I just think, you know, well, obviously that Catholicism is right. You know.
Cops. I mean, these are foaming at the mouth lunatics. This isn't some schizophrenic on the street corner. These are high-powered people doing this.
They literally want us dead, and they make no bones about that. They're not even hiding it anymore. And like you said, if they get back in power, they will use it against us. If they come back in 2028, and, you know, we disagree on Vance, we've gone back and forth on that before, but I continue to believe a Republican's got to win in 28, whoever it is, because if the left comes back to power, they're going to put you in jail. They're going to put me in jail. It's going to be a war on us. They're going to open the borders up. It's going to be 10 million more illegals. And so I think people.
No, and I get bitching at Republicans and critiquing them to make them better. Okay, I'm not a lesser two evils guy. But this isn't even lesser two evils. I mean, with the Republicans, we have a populist beachhead. We're reforming it. With the Democrats, as you said, they're just getting worse. I mean, it's completely. I mean, one is cyanide, one is dog shit. Well, I'd rather eat dog shit than cyanide.
Right. Well, and look, I tried to even make an overture to the left, which I was heavily critiqued for on the right over the past couple of years.
Yeah, dude, that's like the left is just not interested. They are not interested in any kind of alliance, any kind of like temporary ceasefire. They do not see us as, like, they really do want us gone. They want us dead. They don't want to find some kind of common understanding. They just want us defeated and dead. And that's just disappointing to see, but it is what it is. These people, I think a lot of them are not rational. Tired of saying Wahhabism. First of all, Muhammad is not a religion or sect. It's a person named Muhammad. We are Sunni Muslims. We are called the Sunnis because we know Sunnis are the Prophet Muhammad. I do not feel like getting into theology, and I don't want to do the religion debate. It's always a chore. Valentina Gomez in Texas is a real low IQ, big booty Republican Latina stirring up conflict with Islam. She's funded by AIPAC, but you can see the direction they want us to go. Yeah, remember when she was critical of Israel, and then she started getting her checks cut, and then all of a sudden it's about Muslim extremism. And like I said, I'm not a fan of Islam, and I don't want Islam in America, but it's like Muslims are less than 1%. They're not taking over America. It's not happening anytime soon. I'm not going to be distracted. You're not going to distract me by from what Israel's doing. It's not going to work. You're not going to jingle the keys and distract me from what these Jews are doing. I do not want to crusade for Christ. It's such a all right, calm quiet. Calm quiet. Why are you doing me like that? I feel I said my piece. I said my piece. You know, are we gonna? Well, no one's mind, I think, is going to be changed at the moment. I just don't want to bog down the content at this point, because this is what happens. Like, whether I'm debating with like a Protestant, a Muslim, a fucking pagan, or an atheist, it's like, I just don't think this is the best the best medium. Me talking to text messages, waiting 40 seconds for a response. That's just not, I think, really the way to do it. It's frustrating for me. I'm seeing a text from Jesus and saying, "I'm quiet. Why you do this to me?"
Me and the left have found common cause in criticizing the genocide in Gaza. And I've even made an overture as a Christian and saying that liberals and Christians, we sort of have something similar going on. We have the sympathy for the poor and the downtrodden, but they have rejected that wholeheartedly. I mean, you see, there's a piece in Current Affairs seething for.
I'll let you do that, Kumquat. If you want to debate and shit, it's so asymmetric for me. It's so asymmetric, me as the speaker, to like go back and forth between text messages. I don't love that. It's just a headache, to be honest. To like, yeah. Oh, I've said my piece. What more do you want from me? What more do you want? We're just gonna like hijack the whole stream. The idea emerged only because there are extremist individuals. What's up, Hawker? How's it going, dog? This also exists in Christianity, where there are extremists who call themselves by the name of a person who they may not even agree with that. And look, I'm not here to defend like heretics in Christianity, But yeah, I don't think like Christian extremism is a threat to the world. I don't think it's done nearly as much harm.
For practically 2,000 words, he's a Nazi, he loves Hitler, he's got to go. It's like, there can be no alliance with these people. They literally hate us. They don't even see us as human. They're not looking to debate.
And they're so radical, whenever they get power, they get more and more radical in a country, and then they start destroying themselves.
Right. Right.
That's why nobody, and I'm against exterminating the Palestinians, that's why none of the countries around the world take them in.
Yeah, that's so true, man. Dude, there are all these like groy pets. All these like female groypers, which, doesn't make sense, and it's like, I'm watching like a lot of people, like a lot of groypers. I'm just silently watching a lot of these groypers fold like fucking laundry, dude. It's like, they'll listen to Nick and be like, no e-girls, no e-girls ever. And then they see like some like cute e-girl throw up a Roman and they're like, she's perfect. Oh my gosh. She's so based. She's so based. Get her in the group chat. Get her in the group chat right now. She's perfect. She's amazing. Oh, you're so based. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. No e-girls ever. You heard it. How many times do you people need to like, it's just not clacking them. It's just not clacking, man. No e-girls. It's a liability. Ay, ay, ay. Like, dude, it's crazy. That's what fucked up Dalton. And many other cases. It's like, and it's deeper than just like internet jokes. It's like, look, women are more often than not the weakness for a lot of men. They are often the vector for fucking up like a high status guy that's on a roll. Guys get honeypotted all the fucking time. And they will blow up your life. They'll do it for fucking free. They'll do it for their own ego. Israel doesn't even have to have anything to do with that. Women will just fuck up your life for the love of the game. Look at like Steven Crowder, for instance, and he did everything right. They both waited till marriage. They got married. And she just like blew up his spot by being just a psycho. You know, it's just the nature of women. And so imagine if you're in a high stakes, high pressure, you know, political tug of war, and now you throw women into the mix, like, psh, is that what you need? You need like, you need that shit on your plate, that kind of compromat that can now compromise people. Like, look at Kash Patel. Look at his girlfriend. Put 2 and 2 together. Okay? And that's like an obvious case of like Israeli honeypotting. You know? But look at where gooning gets you, man. You got to control it. You got to keep a lid on it. Everyone wants to goon. You know, everybody, you know. But you just got to be real, man. There's no person who reads the Quran and says that all non-Muslims should be killed. People, ISIS. Well, it also says in Islam that you can lie if it benefits Islam. And they'll say it's a bad hadith. Like, okay. So I just don't I don't really appreciate the lack of transparency among a lot of these Muslims that will just lie. You confront them on the lie and they say, oh, that was a bad hadith. Oh, okay, gotcha. The media made Steven Crowder out to be the bad guy. Doesn't Kash Patel look like an American first type of guy? Kash Patel, by definition, cannot be American first. He just can't. He's not America first, man. Look at him. Just look at him, dude. And yeah, I don't trust Kash. He was like, dude, isn't it also weird? Like, he was like childhood best friends with Vivek. I look, man, for identitarian reasons, I do not feel good about that at all. Where's the emotion engine guy? I must be off tonight. Maybe it's too late for him. I don't know. I don't know. I was gonna say I kind of have to take a piss.
You think left's bad? The Palestinians like.
But Nick should be going live.
Constant. But look at this.
Pretty soon.
Note, the news is reporting. Drudge Report. Nick Fuentes big sex symbol with liberal women now, which I do see. That
Oh, you're being sarcastic. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell when you're being sarcastic, you know?
I don't know.
Which shows how radical everything is.
I don't hear the vocal inflection.
I love the deputy AG attacking me and calling me radical and saying we shouldn't protect a radical. I was persecuted by the DOJ. The public's awake. So the idea that, oh, he's a radical, he's fringe, so we don't protect him. Don't they get that the establishment is now on the outside? Don't they get what's happening? I don't think Todd Blanche in his little bubble understands that.
No. Well, I think 80% of Americans agree with you. I mean, Joe Rogan's one of the most popular guys in the world. He agrees with you. It's like all the biggest podcasters, guys like Theo Von, Tim Dillon, it's like the culture has shifted.
We do not follow all hadiths blindly. Yeah, I mean, like, that's kind of what I'm saying. It's like you can't, okay, so we pick and choose depending on the context. Look, yeah, regardless, like, I don't care so much about the ins and outs of Islam because I don't think just the basis of Islam is true, the crux of it. I believe in Jesus Christ. I believe in the Catholic Church. And look, I'm going to take the words of the apostles and their works, they were there. They saw Jesus in the flesh over, you know, Muhammad, who came several centuries later. So I'm going to take their word on Jesus Christ, you know, rather than like, and that's not just true for Muslims. That's true for like, you know, Mormons, Protestant Christians, you know. I believe that the Catholic Church is the true church. So it's almost like, so I don't feel necessarily compelled to like beat down like other religions and like prove them wrong in this sense, I because I believe that Catholicism is true. I think that there's a more compelling case that Catholicism is true. And I'd rather, you know, prove that positive and then prove these other negatives. You know, I like, what am I going to do? I'm going to like disprove all 16 million or however many million Hindu gods there are. I don't give a shit. I don't give it. Like, yeah, you can make up any religion. Am I going to spend my time like beating down every fucking religion that comes out of the woodwork? I don't care that much. I'm like Catholics. We're over here. We're doing our thing. We're loving God. You know, we're talking amongst ourselves. You know, and just loving God's creation and having a great time. So, I voted for Donald Trump and I got Benjamin Netanyahu instead. Many such cases. Bro talks about sources when his religion is guided. I do tweaking in a cave. Yeah, look, and you know, Muhammad thought he saw a demon at first. It probably was a demon, to be honest. But it was his wife that convinced him otherwise. So, once again, women leading men astray. I just, yeah, look, and again, I don't want to devote all the time into like, you know, digging into it, because it always becomes a big thing. It always becomes a thing we talk about for 2 hours. But yeah, I just believe in Catholicism. What do you know about Brandon Tatum? I mean, he's just like a shill. He's just a shill. Hadith's transmitted speech. Okay, so your opinion, so have a nice life. You don't have to agree with you. Yeah, I mean, look, that's fine. Like, we disagree. It's not whatever. The Catholic religion is always getting attacked by the Zionist mainstream media. Yeah, because they hate Catholicism more than anything. And if the Zionists, if the Jews are like the crux of evil, then wouldn't it make sense if they hate the crux of what is good? If the Talmudic Jews, if the Jewish faith is like the most evil thing, wouldn't it follow that the inverse, they would hate the inverse of what is evil? And they always try to contort morality. It's always the opposite that they say is good. Anyway. But if you don't agree with me, it's a massive issue. Your soul is on the line. Yeah, that's all I'll say on that. I don't necessarily think being too militant is the best way to convert people. You know, I'm just it's up to you. You know, it's your eternal soul. You know, you know, I'll pray for you. Yeah, you'll have to figure out. You'll just have to figure that out. Adam King hates Catholics more than Muslims. Yeah, he does. That's a common sentiment. I think the Catholic Pope is pretty creepy. That Guy Period, I wouldn't leave him around children. Well, I'm not going to say like every Catholic Pope or priest has ever done is necessarily good. And I don't particularly want to countersignal, you know, the Pope. But I think that's fair. You know, there have been problems in the church because, look, people are problematic. They're flawed. The Pope goes to confession. Like, I don't agree with everything Pope Leo is saying, particularly about immigration in America. But I still respect him. I still respect the crown. But when it comes to specific matters, I think of theology, then you know, I divert, or rather, I leave it to him to lead the church. I'm not gonna disavow Catholicism or the Pope because of certain disagreements. He is, you know, he's in Christ's place right now at the head of the church. And until Christ returns, you know, there will be problems. So I want to keep things in house. I want to keep the disagreements in Christianity, Catholicism in house. I don't want there to be more schisms. I don't want there to be more, you know, people disavowing the church, all of that. I'd rather reunification, but that means you have to submit to the authority of Rome. And that means there are going to be problems, there's going to be disagreement, there's going to be church politics. It's all real. but I would rather keep it all together. And that's true for anything. Look, is there any religion where they don't have politics? There aren't internal disputes and disagreements. You know, people act like, oh, certain priests disagree with the Pope or whatever. The Pope says something contentious. Does that mean the whole church is null and void? I don't think so. So. Something just gave me very creepy satanic vibes about that dude, very globalist. A lot of that, look, and a lot of the people that are countersignaling the Catholic Church are like, they are tools for the very globalists that they say that they're opposing. And like I said, not everything the Catholic Church has ever done, or not every priest, it's not like they're perfect, but there hasn't been grave sins, mortal sins committed by the church fathers. You know, like the you know, any wrongdoing, of course I disavow, but I don't disavow the institution. The story of many of the saints is pretty wild. Joseph Cupertino is one of your favorites. I don't know his story. I'm not too dialed in on a lot of the saints and their stories. You don't think that Catholicism has been subverted? Well, to a degree, yeah, of course. Of course, to a degree, it's been subverted. Everything's been subverted because people are being subverted. You know, we can't like ignore the fact that we live in a society. It's like we live in a medium. So it's not like priests can just like close their eyes and like not be like address what's going on in the world. But similarly, it's not like they can't be, that they aren't affected by things happening in the world, like politics, NGOs, political rhetoric. So it's not like the church is not monolithic. It's a living, like breathing institution. And it just so happens, you know, Jews, for example, got a lot of power and they subverted our society in many ways. And, you know, there probably is a level of subversion. There probably are some priests out there. I've certainly heard a lot of the rumors. I've heard testimony about some of the stuff that, like, for example, like the Jesuits are being accused of. I think a lot of it's blown out of proportion, but it's probably true to a certain degree. And because there have been bad actors in the church, that's totally happened before. Those people are going to hell. Like, there's a special place in hell for those people, the people that abuse their position in the church. But can I recite the Rosary by memory? Not every single one, not every single decade. No. But beyond the decades, it's like I can't remember which, like what. Fridays I think are sorrowful, Thursdays are luminary. Yeah, I often at one point I think I could, but I always have my little booklet with me when I pray the rosary just in case. But, you know, like the beginning prayers, like everything in between. I don't know why I struggle with the decades though. But yeah, like the beginning and ending prayers, yeah, I remember. He helped convert a lot of German Protestants to become Catholic, although he was considered not very smart or charismatic. He would levitate and was witnessed by many. Well, it's kind of like, and there have been miracles like Padre Pio, you know, with his stigmata. And just interesting, bizarre, you know, Marian apparitions. Very, you know, that's a whole. There's a lot you could dig into, and like these very mysterious miracles that have happened in the Catholic Church. Pretty cool stuff. But I maintain, like, the most compelling thing for me, obviously, about Catholicism is Christ. Yeah. And there's multiple ways, I think, to approach it. It's like, I just think from a logical standpoint, there's a lot of ways I could go with this, but for right now, there's just something that feels very right, morally, about a God that loves you so much that is willing to die for you. Because it's also like, well, why are we here in the first place? And you have to think about like the journey of humanity through time. What is the purpose of humanity? And why is there suffering? You know, these key questions that I think are answered through Christianity. And the fact that there is sin and that we're not obliterated because we're sinful and evil by our nature. There's good in us too. There's grace in us too. But, you know, the sin has to be purged. Or otherwise you can't go to heaven. But the mere fact that we haven't been obliterated by God is because he loves us and he's giving us a chance. And he's trying to show us the way. And that death, which feels like this permanent inevitability, can be defeated. And Christ shows us that through his resurrection. That's, to me, you know, looking at this you know, meta view of humanity, what our purpose is here, our journey, and how it's inextricable with an objective morality. Morality is a very fabric of our existence. It's not something that's just a product of the mind. I think it truly is a dimension of our existence that can't be ignored. I don't believe in subjective morality. You know, I think that to me is like the most compelling part of it all. But a family friend wrote a book about you're gonna have to help me with that. Garabandal. His name is Ed Kelly. His book is on Amazon. Oh, that's cool. I don't know anything about Garabandal. Yeah, I'm for all intents and purposes still a baby Catholic. You know, I only got baptized and confirmed last year, so I got a lot more to learn. But yeah, there's a lot of really cool history about the Catholic Church. And, you know, it's if nothing else, it is sad, like how much, and for obvious reasons, the media focuses on all the bad parts of Catholicism, like all of the shortcomings, all of the pitfalls, all of the mistakes Catholics have made, all the wrongdoing. And it's for obvious reasons why they're doing that. But it is sad that people's souls are on the line. And this is why we pray for for people who don't know what they're doing. Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. You know, it's not, at the end of the day, a matter of like a difference of opinion. The stakes are much higher than that. But you can't, you know, only Christ can save people. You can't save people. You can't even save yourself. And you have to let God work through you, but, you know, it's why your prayers are important. God works in mysterious ways, and everybody has a guardian angel. So everybody has a chance, and as long as you still have breath in your lungs, there's still a chance. So anyway, to me that just feels right. You know, that God is a loving and very powerful. You should love, but also fear God. But by definition, if we're sinful, if there is suffering, because people say this all the time. It's like, well, if God exists, if God loves us, why do bad things happen? It's like, well, the reason why you're still here is because God loves you, because he is every bit justified in obliterating us all and sending us all to hell. But that hasn't happened. Like, we're all wicked, we're all sinful. So think about it from that perspective. Only through his mercy are you given a chance. Because, like, it's mankind that fell from grace. It's mankind that rejected God. You know, he gave us free will, and we turned around and we said, okay, thank you, but bye. Okay. And God just wants to be with you. If in 1800 years the clergy have failed to destroy the church, how could you? Pope Pius. Yeah. We're all Christian here, Mello? Yeah, well, I'm just spitballing because it came up. I'm just thinking out loud at this point. Could have used it when the Muslim was here, but... Well, I guess he left. Because, yeah. Hey, maybe that was your fault, Kumquat. Maybe you were too antagonistic, you know? Yeah, you bullied him too much. Well, look, man, there's a time and place. And look, maybe it's not that serious. It's just a fucking stream. You know, I don't know how much influence this would have had on his life or whatever, but you know, yeah, whatever. Do you think the stream will start soon? I don't care. You just wanted to fight. Yeah, I know you do. You just like shitting on Muslims. Sorry, been away. It should. I think. Wow, it's been an hour and a half. That tweet or that Telegram post. You do it for the love of the game. Yeah, nigga, sorry, the super chats we have. Okay, hang on.
I don't know.
Well, let's just say they've all been.
There's like 5 minutes left on this.
Which is not a bad thing. But I mean, but you tune.
Dude, it's actually fucking crazy. This is like a 50-minute segment, and it's been almost 4 fucking hours, dude.
100%. Yeah,
so that's kind of the ultimate victory.
Yes. Yeah, and that's
now
true.
you've got all the liberal women throwing their panties at you.
Yeah,
I mean, I see it online. So.
Yeah,
that's a strange turn of events. But
see, they're sick of cuck men. They like the fact that you're saying what you really think.
I'm a bad boy. Yeah, they like the jean jacket. they like that I'm a bad boy. They like that I'm a little aggressive. But the article says, no, they don't really like me. It says that, they see me as like a character and like a fandom. They see me as like a character in like a TV show. They're shipping me with Candace Owens. They're shipping me with other people, people that I've done collaborations with before. And I don't know how to I've never gotten that much female attention. My show's for boys. My show's for guys. My show's for men. And now the girls are watching it. I'm like, I don't even know why they like this show so much. It's about politics.
Well, Nick, I know you're a big Catholic and everything, and I'm not trying to get you to be a bad guy, but let me tell you, women are a good thing. So you need to dip your toe in that a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I'm just worried.
Hey, you want to take your stuff to the next level? Get some of the feminine energy on you. It'll only make you more male.
But they're going to set me up. That's
it's the female psychology, man.
A girl from a good family.
I don't think I could trust anybody.
He's
these
notorious.
Days. You know how this goes. Intelligence agencies everywhere. I think I got to go to like Ukraine and find one in like a village, a blown up village.
Well, if you're out in a small town and like talking to the farmer, and talking to his older daughter, maybe that's the way to go. Because you are 26, you can't go wrong. There's a lot of good women out there. There's a lot. Okay.
Yeah. It's tough, man. I don't like. It probably would have to be. You're just gonna have to find some like out of touch country girl that just likes all she knows is how to like raise chickens and shit. And I don't know, man. Then I don't know. It's a tough one. AJ has 2 wives. Unc has advice for Nick. No, he only has one wife. He got divorced or something. I don't know what happened, but he's on his second wife. I don't think he has like 2 wives right now. Yeah, I don't think he's not a polygamist. So
I got to get to work. I want to get married maybe before 35, maybe before 30.
Well, I would say it's not that women are better in other countries, except we're more spoiled, and American women are more brainwashed in liberalism. So yes, it is. But the problem is, you bring women over here. I've talked to guys that have married a bunch of them. They get bad real quick.
Oh yeah, they do, dude. It's like that's just the thing, man. It's like the nature of women. Brazil, Mexico, Philippines are the 3 top Catholic countries, so that would be the best place to find a wholesome woman. No. Wait, whoa. Look, there are Catholics everywhere. And I think there are other factors you have to consider. I don't really want a Filipino wife, or I don't really want a wife from the third world, I'm going to be honest. Mexico, well, I have a Mexican wife. Maybe you have to have like a comparable. You have to have comparable genetics too. You have to come from comparable backgrounds. You have to have somewhat similar behaviors and genetics and all that. So he has 2 wives, divorces in intention. I know. Well, yeah, look. We don't have to be obtuse. We know how things work in America today. Sucks that that's how it is. But legally, they are divorced. I know. I'm aware that it Catholics don't believe in divorce, only annulment. But, you know, that is the reality of marriage in America today. So, is what it is.
Not with American women.
Yeah. I doubt they were even married in a Catholic church anyway.
You can hang out with white women, black women, they get real mentally ill and spoiled real quick. So it's a problem.
It is.
But listen, instead of getting a dumb woman, I've heard you make jokes, but get a really smart one that understands all this. And
No, dude. See, yeah, like you want a smart woman, but you can't expect women to understand this shit. They don't. It's not their natural inclination. So.
Then that's a powerful thing. You understand?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really want to hear the political opinions from my wife. You know?
Yeah.
I don't know. I like getting a female perspective on things.
I couldn't care less.
I just want her to make me snacks. I want her to make me snacks
real.
while I'm doing my show. Mozzarella
so
sticks.
Funny, man. Oh my goodness. Well, you can get women to do a lot more than that for you.
Well, that's true.
I'm not talking about sex. I mean, women are good to have around.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why the enemy attacked. The globalists attacked them with all their brainwashing first.
I mean, that's real. Your wife should make your life easier. If your wife has particular skills, if she's good at organization, for example, and that's just the name of the game nowadays. It's like, especially like if you're going to start a business, it's not the worst thing. Like if your wife is like an attorney, or if she's like, I don't know, has like an MBA or something, and that's just the reality of the world today. So like it's I don't think it's ideal, but you can make it work. Personally leaning towards Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan. Damn. Yeah. Henry VIII had to behead the early wives to get around. Yeah, he really wanted that son. You need a wife that helps you relax. Can't stand a crazy woman. Yeah, dude. It's just like your wife should not be a source of stress or anxiety. And you shouldn't have to be in a situation where you're constantly tripping up over yourself because you have to wonder about like whether your wife will approve or not. Like, dude, I can't imagine a worse existence, And it's like, look, it's like one thing if it's a big decision. Like, yeah, you should consult your wife. You're still the boss, but that's fine. But you shouldn't be like, babe, can I buy an Xbox? Like, is that cool? If I buy an dude, if you're in that situation, it's over. You're cooked. Babe, hey, babe, like, would it be cool if, like I drink a few beers? Is that fine? Babe, is it cool if like, yeah, man, I can't imagine that shit. Fuck. Damn, bro. I don't know. That would just irritate the shit out of me.
Right.
Because first you get the women, then you got the children, so follow the men.
That's right.
Almost. So they're being targeted because they're the core of the family.
Yeah.
If you take.
Oh, you're back. Oh, your tasteful thickness is back. Ah, dude. The genius is back.
Come down, you get it all.
You're right. Yeah, and I don't hate women. I love women, but you're so right. It's like in America, they kind of became the tip of the spear because the left brainwashed them, and now they're wielded against the men.
Yeah, and they think they're exactly. We got to be. Well, what does your mother think of you?
Switching is not about was even held by his woman.
She's giving me a hard time. She goes, Nicholas, I'm your mother, and I don't like the way you talk about women. I'm like, Mom, the show's for guys. This is how guys talk. Locker room talk. But she loves the show. She just thinks I'm a little harsh on women sometimes, and the super chatters too.
The guys that have a lot of experience.
The brown white nationalist. Well, I'm not brown.
To women, we don't talk bad about them. We just laugh.
That's right. That's a Chad. See, you're a Chad.
And you don't even understand Nick's position. So he's brown. Does he look fucking brown to you, dude? His name is Fuentes. Where did Fuentes come from? Like, you're just low IQ, man.
There's a
You're
serious
genuinely low IQ. Like, is this just rage bait? Are you just genuinely that dumb?
Yeah.
But you got to, like my dad told me, you got to treat women like they're about 5 years old. Yeah, it's not that they're stupid. They want to be treated like that.
Are Spaniards
they're super
brown?
smart when you click them into that mindset. They can get you a lot of information. Women are very special.
They're very good with EQ, very good emotional intelligence, very good emotional quotient. And you're right. There is a female genius, a feminine genius. The Popes.
Like, you are just an idiot. You are low IQ. By definition, Nick is not brown. I mean, shit, he has green eyes. Look at his skin. He's not brown. I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you, but keep seething.
There's a feminine genius. It's different than the male genius, which is more about math and the universe and things like that. But there is a feminine genius. I'm a big...
Well, definitely kissing women's ass and being scared of them.
Dude, look at his fucking eyes, man. Look at his eyes. This is a brown guy? Are you kidding me right now? Bro. Yeah.
Ruins them.
Yes.
So they definitely don't want that. But then they go to the other extreme where they got some Muslim.
Like, keep seething, bro. Nick is on a generational run. He's continuing to grow. He's bigger now. He's bigger more than ever. But you can keep seething.
Putting cigarettes out on them. We want to treat women good. Women are amazing. Some women have the alpha leadership thing. It's just that in general, they're not looking for it. But then they're told you've got to do this. Then they become like prostitutes of the government. The government's their pimp. So what women have to understand is, and men too, everybody's got to have a family, an organization. So you're either with a family with a man and kids and the real deal, it's not going to be perfect, or you're in some weird fake facsimile that's meant to destroy you.
That's a really good salient point. It's true. And you got to be the patriarch of the family. We got to bring back the patriarchs, the male leadership.
100%. There's got to be a captain of the ship.
Yes.
And the truth is, none of these women that go out and get these diminutive men that serve them, they always leave them. They always, because it's not what.
Like, what is your argument? Like, bro, like, Nick has done more to raise the white consciousness than, like, any other dissident right-winger. You sound like a fucking... You must be like an out-of-touch boomer or something. Dude, keep seething, man. You see, this is why nobody gives a shit what Wignats have to say. Like, you people have nothing of value, nothing of substance. You have no ideas. You have no motion. Nobody's like, what was the biggest, like, Wignat out there that doesn't like Nick? That A-logs Nick? What's it to you, tasteful thickness? What's it to you, man? What's it to you?
Biologically, they're not looking for it.
Right.
And you got to go with the biology. Look at this deployment of Latinas. That guy's
Deployment
actually my
of Latinas.
He's going to call up during the break.
Oh, it's Kamaldis.
In fact, I just got a call. I got to end this. They told me to get you off right now.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, they'll say that's real. You got to go catch an airplane. You got to leave right now, don't you?
That's right. I do. Yes.
Big J Fuentes on Rumble. Great talking to you.
Nice.
Sex symbol with the liberal women.
Yeah, I guess you're passing the torch. You're the sex symbol from the other generation.
I never said I'm saying I'm a sex symbol.
Oh, you're being modest.
When am I?
No.
I'm white, brother.
I'm a virgin.
I'm white.
All right,
I'm Italian.
Have a good trip. Be safe. And I heard you're going to be going
in Czech.
Potentially, yeah. You've been talking about that on Twitter, but yeah,
I didn't say it. I just said look for it.
Yes.
All right, Nick. Take care, buddy. Thanks for being here.
Nice. We finally got through it. We finally got through it. Let's see. Is Nick live yet? Be on live like any minute now. Oh yeah, Italians aren't white. Yeah. See, like, dude, you've lost the plot, man. The key point at the end. Hey, bro, like, here's the thing, man. This is why Wignats, nobody gives a shit what Wignats have to say. You're not a serious person. You have no serious motion. So you can keep seething about it. Because you're clearly upset. You're clearly upset that Nick has all the motion right now. Yeah. You're quite serious? Yeah, no, you're not. No, you're fucking not. No, you're not. No, you're not. You couldn't even define what a populist is because you're low IQ. Like you can read books, but you can't disseminate information. You don't understand them. You tried to argue that ideas becoming popular is somehow bad or not good, or you're indifferent to it. And it's like, that's just so far from first principles thinking. That's how I know I'm talking to somebody that's genuinely low IQ. Like the fact that you just don't, such basic presuppositions you just don't understand. Yeah. You willing to bet money he's an Indian? Or a Baptist? Could be. Probably some kind of Baptist. What? Probably what, you like Bronze Age pervert? Or are you just straight up a wignat? Just like trailer trash wignat. I don't know, man. And it sucks to say, but look, there are ghetto white people too. There are white people that white people aren't proud of. They exist. Sucks that they, but I don't know. Yeah, I say that, and I want, it is what it is. Calling white nationalists wiggers and trash? No. I'm calling wignats. I'm calling wiggers trash. Like you could say I'm, in a sense, a white nationalist. You could say Nick is white nationalist in the sense that we believe America should stay a white country. So, but there's, when I'm saying, as far as these wignats are concerned, like what is a wignat? There's this distinct faction that A-logs Nick with the most retarded talking points, like, oh, he's brown. Like, it's just clearly not true. And that's coming from people like the Baptists, Bronze Age pervert, people affiliated with Milo Yiannopoulos, or like any number of these like people that have no motion. You're both brown and worship Gazans. Okay. Like, and you see, you just don't know what you're talking about because that's not true. There it is. Oy vey. Yeah. Yeah. Complete non sequitur. It's not a non sequitur at all. Don't worship Gazans. So, I don't even think you know what a fucking non sequitur is. Like, you have no ideas. You have no vision. How are you going to win the country over? Like, what's your plan? What's your plan to gain influence and power in the country? I don't think you really have one. Because you're not capable of thinking that far ahead. Fuentes loves to talk about the plight of Palestinians. Okay, buddy. I'm brown too. Yeah, dude, I'm brown. Okay, gotcha. Oi, Gewalt. Oi, Gewalt. You're brown. Like, that's why, like, nobody takes you people seriously. You're calling Nick Fuentes brown is just like, that's just so blatantly not true. It's just so blatantly not true that it's like, how could anybody take you seriously? It's not a Bob, it's a Baptist. It sounds like it. All these like, you hear these accusations so much from the Bap sphere. Who could imagine Fuentes is brown? Look, man, like I said, calling him brown is brown coded. True. Well, isn't it funny that I guess both you and Bap have similar insults against Nick and Groypers? Isn't that funny that, you sound indistinguishable from Baptists? Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny that I guess you and this nefarious subversive Jew are in total agreement on that? That's bizarre. Hitler drank water ass argument. No, it's because except here's the thing, man. Like what you're saying is just blatantly not true. Nick is clearly white. His DNA is overwhelmingly white. So yeah, co-parter. Yeah, this is why you have no motion, man. You can cope and seethe. Nick is winning. He's the biggest, second biggest streamer on Rumble now. He's pulling, like, he's got 20,000 people waiting for him to go live. 20,000 people waiting on Rumble. Who's coping? Who's coping? You or I? So you're just seething. That's why you're here. That's why you're here to talk shit about Nick. Because you feel impotent. Because you have no motion. You have no impact on the world. And you've got to tell somebody about your opinions when nobody gives a shit what you have to say. iShowSpeed is popular. This isn't about what's popular. Except it is, actually. And iShowSpeed isn't in the business of politics, is he? His influence isn't influencing political thought, but Nick clearly is. So I would call that a non sequitur. Didn't he get banned on Spotify? Yeah, I mean, he's banned on Spotify. He's not allowed to be on Spotify, but he never actually had an official Spotify. So apparently somebody else made that, and that channel got banned. And then Spotify doubled down and said he's banned on the platform. So yeah, he did get banned. I never said iShowSpeed is in politics. Are you a retard? Yeah, except the popularity is different. Like, you don't even understand the point that you're making, you fucking retard. This is just so pathetic, man. You are the one that brought up iShowSpeed. Why? To demonstrate that popularity doesn't matter, except iShowSpeed is in a completely different realm. He doesn't engage in this stuff. Like, Nick is out there. He's at the point where he's become so relevant. He's in talks to go on Tucker's show, the biggest right-wing political talk show in America. Like, his ideas are gaining traction so much that Tucker tried to cancel Nick, failed horribly, got exposed for himself having ties to the CIA, and now he's forced in a concession to talk to Nick because he lost, because Tucker got mogged that hard. So I could see Nick taking down Joe Rogan, maybe at some point. This is what, yeah. Except you're trying to prove that popularity doesn't matter, and I'm here to say that how can you say that it doesn't fucking matter when it clearly does? Like how can you say that it doesn't matter? Like, that is a cope. You saying popularity doesn't matter is an enormous cope. Of course it fucking matters. That's why they have to tune the rhetoric. That's why they have to concede these points. Because these ideas are inevitable. These ideas are reaching a higher consensus. You don't understand that because you're too emotional and low IQ. Yeah, you're making fun of a brown streamer. Yeah, and dude, this is why you are going nowhere. And whatever you think you represent is also going nowhere. Like, people don't like people like you. You know that, right? And you're not going to make it far. So Nick has done way more to raise any kind of white consensus, any kind of white identity than anybody else in recent years. So I'm not anti-white, I'm pro-white. It's funny because, like, you don't understand that. Like, you are actually, funny enough, you're the one that's anti-white by A-logging Nick, the guy that's done more to raise white identity than anybody else in his generation. This is just, like, painful, man. You're alone. You hear an entire squad closing in. The steps are getting louder and louder. Your grip gets wider. You open up with your LMG and kill all of them. You can never get that slow and satisfying climax in Battlefield 6. Yeah, only in Arma, right? The enemy of my enemy is not my friend. Okay, man. You don't understand politics, buddy. Because, like, what is your problem with Nick exactly? What? That he's sympathetic towards Palestinians? You think he's brown? He's not. So is everybody that's not from, like, what? Northern Germany? Northern Germany and up, are they brown? Good luck. Good luck. Are there no hackers there? You know, what does age have to do with this? Is that not a non sequitur? Since you brought up non sequiturs. Turks. Now, I don't even know if this guy's German, or I don't know what this guy is. Age means nothing to knowledge and wisdom. So you're a boomer. So you're a fucking old fart. You're out of touch. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. So you can stay LARPing. You can continue to LARP. You continue to believe that you're doing anything, but the future is owned by Groypers, man. It's not. I'm not gonna say it's gonna happen. It's already happened. It's already a done deal. Like whatever you think you're representing is not it. You've lost. So. This is just painful, man. Red Pill Boomer, I'll thank you for setting up the country for success. Thank you for handing us the torch. Yeah. Well, how old are you, Tasteful Thickness? How old are you? Yeah, Voyage is a growing brown goiper. Is it that easy to fall for rage bait? You fall for rage bait that easily? Dude. When Benjamin Netanyahu takes control of X and Rumble, where's Nick going to go? We can worry about that when it happens. He has a cozy backup plan. Yeah, that's true. He always says cozy. So. You're gonna pipe an Aryan girl and make her kids Mexican. For real, dude. Oh, man. Nick said, I have to take ashwagandha and lower my cortisol before I can begin. That is true. If you've ever used ashwagandha, it totally chills you out. I used to take ashwagandha. It's supposed to cycle on and off. That's pretty funny. I guess his cortisol is spiking. We don't concern ourselves with dead Palestinians that's brown coated. That's really working out for you, huh? Basic human empathy is actually a white thing, believe it or not. White people are actually empathetic, you fucking idiot. So, you don't even understand what makes white people great in the first place. That's sad. You see that video where Nick pepper sprayed that woman that came to his front door? It's pretty great, yeah. The few Gen Z Aryan women and one of them. Yeah. Ashwagandha plus magnesium is goated. I should get back on that. Did she say we're in pressure from private property? You're asking where's the other white nationalist movement with motion? Yeah, where is what movement are you part of? Tasteful Thickness. What do you believe in? Who do you think is the great leader of your movement that's having the most motion? Who do you rally behind? Got to have a leader. Every great movement has its leader. Being empathetic to the globe is what caused our downfall. We need intra-empathy and not Jewish global empathy. Oh, dude. Oh, that's painful. Oh, dude. Yeah, totally. Baptists are obsessed with Palestine. I don't think this guy is white. Oh, Nick is going live. Credo. All right, everybody.
It's going to be only
Candace Owens is probably a guy, leader of his movement. Guys are filleting the global brown. You're just irrelevant, buddy. Have fun. Have fun screaming into the void because nobody's listening. Nobody's listening. Nobody's listening to you, Tasteful Thickness. How does it feel? Your women are getting fucked by other men. You know, their country is being ripped out from under you, and it's being retaken by, oh, this brown guy, this brown third worlder, Nick Fuentes is taking the country from you. How does it feel? How does it feel? You fucking idiot. You fucking dumb idiot. Yeah, have fun. Have fun. Keep seething. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. For everybody that isn't like a retarded A-log, thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it. Nick is going live. Everybody go check him out. I always end the stream when Nick goes live. But don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, follow all the socials in the description. Let me know your thoughts on the Alex Jones and Nick collab. Thank you guys. Yeah, hit that like button, and I'll catch you guys all next time. Take it easy. Yeah, discount code Mellow. Yeah, yeah, take it easy. Good night, everyone, and God bless.